divided by foreign hands, it was a Before Africa was divided by foreign hands, it was a continent of kingdoms, trade routes, empires, and rich civilizations. But in the late 19th century, a storm was brewing in Europe, one that would forever change Africa's fate. This is the untold story of how an entire continent was stolen without a single battle on its soil. This is the scramble for Africa. The Berlin Conference. Africa was not invited. In 1884, in a cold room in Berlin, Europe's most powerful men gathered to decide the fate of a continent that none of them truly understood. This is the story of betrayal, greed, and the carving of Africa, without a single African in the room. By the late 1800s, Europe was hungry for rubber, gold, ivory, and power. Industrial revolutions demanded resources. Empires craved expansion. Africa, vast and rich, became the prize. In November 1884, German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck invited 14 European nations and the United States to Berlin. Their goal: avoid war over Africa by dividing it like slices of a cake.
I didn't know what chicken does to cortisol until I saw this.
Chicken and rice is the best meal to help you lose.
No African leaders were invited. No kings, no chiefs, no elders. The continent's future was redrawn without a single African voice. Borders ignored cultures, languages, and history. Britain claimed East and Southern Africa. France took the West. Belgium, under King Leopold II, seized the Congo, not for Belgium, but for himself. The continent was carved like meat on a platter. Leopold called it the Congo Free State. But it was anything but free. His soldiers cut off hands of workers who didn't meet rubber quotas. 10 million died in one of history's forgotten genocides. African kingdoms sent envoys, wrote letters, pleaded for peace. They were ignored. Their words never made it past European ears. Their lands, cultures, and sovereignties reduced to zones of profit. By 1900, over 90% of Africa was under European rule. Entire civilizations disrupted, languages outlawed, cultures demonized. But seeds of resistance were already beginning to grow. Africa was not at the table, but it was on the menu. The Berlin Conference set in motion a century of pain, resistance, and survival. But this is not where the story ends. To understand Africa today, we must first confront the lies told about its past. How Africa resisted colonization. They came with guns, lies, and flags. But Africa did not kneel quietly. From mountains to coasts, from forests to deserts, resistance blazed across the continent. This is the story of defiance, of warriors, kings, queens, and common people who stood against an empire. In Ethiopia, Emperor Menelik II saw what was coming. He armed his people, trained his army, and read the treaties they tried to twist. At the Battle of Adwa in 1896, Ethiopian forces crushed the Italian army. It was a victory that shocked Europe and gave Africa hope. In West Africa, Samurai Touré built a powerful empire through trade and strategy. When the French came, he fought them for over 16 years, using guerrilla tactics and diplomacy. In today's Nigeria, Queen Amina of Zazzau had already built walls and commanded armies centuries before colonizers arrived.
A vacation with Norwegian Cruise Line is so much more because there's more included. Like?
And when they did, new queens like Ya Asantewa of the Ashanti took up arms. In 1900, she led the Ashanti rebellion against British forces, declaring, "If the men will not fight, I will." In the South, Shaka Zulu had long before revolutionized African warfare. His legacy inspired later Zulu uprisings, as well as resistance in Zimbabwe by the Shona and Ndebele under leaders like Mbuya Nehanda and Lobengula. Resistance wasn't only on battlefields. It was in poems, prayers, schools, and silent sabotage. Africans refused to be erased. They protected languages, passed down stories, and sang songs of freedom in secret. This was not a silent suffering. It was an unrelenting resistance. They may have lost battles, but they planted seeds that would one day grow into liberation movements. The scramble for Africa was not one-sided. The spirit of resistance burned brightly, and it still does. Divide and rule. How Europe controlled Africa. When brute force wasn't enough, Europe turned to deception. They called it civilizing, but it was divide and rule, the silent weapon of empire. They separated tribes, favored some over others, and planted seeds of distrust that still grow today. In Nigeria, the British ruled indirectly, giving power to certain chiefs while weakening others. They labeled some tribes loyal and others hostile. In Rwanda, the Belgians created ID cards based on ethnicity, Hutu or Tutsi, drawing artificial lines that would later explode in genocide. They made Africans speak foreign languages, swear loyalty to foreign kings, and believe foreign religions. In Congo, they taught the children to hate their own culture and worship their oppressors. They created a world where African identity was punished, and European mimicry was rewarded. Schools erased heritage, churches demonized traditions, and media portrayed Africans as inferior, uncivilized, and incapable. But beneath the surface, resistance simmered. African intellectuals wrote, questioned, and remembered. Secret schools taught truth, and griots, poets, and parents kept the stories alive. Divide and rule was designed to make Africans forget who they were, and to ensure they never united. But they underestimated the power of memory, the economic theft of a continent. They said they came to civilize, but they came to steal. The real reason for the scramble for Africa was greed. Gold, diamonds, rubber, oil, cocoa, cotton. Europe carved the continent to feed its factories and fill its vaults. In Congo, King Leopold turned forests into death camps. For every ton of rubber, thousands of hands were severed. In South Africa, diamonds and gold were dug from the earth by black laborers under brutal conditions, enriching empires abroad. In Ghana, cocoa wealth left the country poor while Britain grew fat. Colonial railways weren't built for Africans. They were built to move resources from mines to ports. The ports were lifelines, not for Africans, but for Europe's industries. Even taxes were twisted. Africans were forced to pay money, but the only way to earn it was by working in colonial enterprises. It was theft disguised as development. Colonizers called it progress, but they owned the companies, the land, the banks, the schools. Africans became labor without rights, consumers without wealth, and tenants on their own soil. Every profit flowed out. Every loss stayed behind. Even after independence, debt and unfair trade kept the pipeline open. And still today, Africa bleeds wealth through exploitative contracts, foreign control, and corporate colonialism.
All right, folks. Once again, this is Frank. I'm still at the backstage as usual. What we do, the show going to start around 1 p.m. or right after this video is finished. But once again, we do not have copyright to the video that is being played because they have some noise at the back. I don't know if that is a copyright, but again, we do not have copyright to the video that is being played. It is just for educational purpose. Once again, this is Frank, and I will see you at 1 p.m.
The scramble never ended. It just changed names. But truth exposes theft. The scramble's legacy in modern Africa. The scramble may be history, but its shadow still lingers. Borders drawn by Europeans still divide families, tribes, and nations. Not by logic, but by colonial convenience. Conflicts rage where lines were never meant to be. In some countries, 5 major languages compete for power, none of them African. Roads still lead from mines to ports, not between towns. Schools still teach European heroes, not African ones. Laws written by colonizers remain untouched. Courts favor those who speak the old imperial language. Even democracy itself was copied, not rooted. The result? A continent trapped in someone else's blueprint. The economy remains extractive. Africa grows what it doesn't eat, eats what it doesn't grow. We export raw materials and import finished goods, just as we did a century ago.
Book on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Choose by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence.
Multinational corporations dominate land, water, and wealth. Youth unemployment rises while our resources build foreign tech, foreign luxury, foreign empires. And yet, Africa is blamed for its own wounds. The media calls us corrupt, unstable, broken. But it was never broken by us. The scramble broke it, and never truly ended. The legacy lives in systems, symbols, and scars. But memory is power. Untold African heroes of resistance. They tried to erase their names, but Africa remembers. The scramble for Africa was met not with silence, but with fire. From queens to generals, from farmers to poets, resistance rose across the continent. In Angola, Queen Nzinga outwitted the Portuguese with diplomacy and defiance. In Ethiopia, Emperor Menelik crushed Italy at the Battle of Adwa, a victory that shook every European throne. In the Zulu kingdom, Shaka's legacy inspired military genius long after his death. In Algeria, Abdelkader led years of guerrilla war against the French. In modern Ghana, Ya Asantewa raised an army when the British stole the Golden Stool, fighting not just for land, but for honor. These were not rebels. These were freedom fighters, thinkers, builders. Many fought with weapons, others with words. Samurai Touré, who built a West African empire, resisted for over 15 years. Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, a Nigerian mother and teacher, challenged colonial patriarchy and built schools for girls. Africa resisted, in battlefields, in books, in spirit. And even when the guns fell silent, the resistance continued. Through songs, stories, memory, colonizers had the power, but Africans had the soul. And now, the world is beginning to listen. Reclaiming our history. Africa speaks back. For centuries, others told Africa's story. They called us savages, tribes, backward. They erased kingdoms, buried queens, renamed rivers. But now, Africa speaks back. We are not waiting to be discovered. We were never lost. From Timbuktu to Great Zimbabwe, our history was written in stone, song, and stars. Today, African scholars are rewriting textbooks. Filmmakers are restoring truth through image and sound. Artists reclaim symbols once used to oppress. We are not just reclaiming land, we're reclaiming the narrative. The internet has become our drumbeat. Diaspora voices echo across borders. Youth are questioning colonial names, flags, laws. We are digging up archives, translating oral histories, and lifting the veil on stolen legacies. Reclaiming history is not nostalgia. It's healing. It's restoring pride. It's power. Because when you control the story, You control the future. And Africa's future will no longer be dictated by those who stole its past. We are more than victims. We are visionaries. We are the descendants of warriors and wisdom keepers. The scramble for Africa took our voice. This time, we're taking it back. If this story inspires
But everyone has a different story to tell. Shell, which says it's losing it.
The Tampa market. Spider rise.
In Northeast Africa, precisely on the horn of Africa.
All right, once again, welcome back. This is Frank. I am your host. This is the Revolutionary Repatriation Educational Lecture Series as part of WCC every 1 p.m. So today's topic, it says, did the United States Congress just declare Africa or the continent as terrorist? Now, the video you just watched, let me take 7 minutes to digest that video a little bit. So the video you just watched, right? I think at the end of the video, the narrator says something like, the people that fought for Africa before we came, right? Those people were not savages. Those people were not rebels. And currently, the people that are fighting for Africa again, they are calling them dictator. They are calling them names. They are calling them jointer. But those people are not jointer and are not dictator. Just like yesterday, those people are liberator. They are freedom fighter. They are fighting to liberate the African continent and their nation. The video you just watched, there were places that were names, kings and queens. All those people, the West, the imperialists, the capitalists, those that enslaved us. And today, those that still see us as our enemies or their enemies were the same people yesterday that were our enemies. And today, they are still our enemies. You know, when they had a branding conference from the video you just watched, right? In our conference, it was said by the forefather of those who are the inheritance of what they did. It was said then by them that Africa, that was the closing statement, Africa and her descendant will never rise. That was their closing statement. And because that was their closing statement, their descendant that we are living with today are carrying on that legacy, making sure that Africa and her descendant will not rise. But we are not going to allow that to happen. What we can say to the descendant of those people is, be careful before this beat your end time. Be careful before this be your end time. And absolutely, this might be your end time if you're not careful. Because don't think if there is a war today, you're going to survive. Of course, it's going to be bloody. Of course, it's going to be chaos. Of course, life going to be lost. But you will not survive. You will not win this time. The best you can do for yourself, is to leave Africans, both home and abroad, to live their life, to maintain their resources. If they want to share with you, that's it. Because once upon a time, when African invited you, you took advantage of Africans. Once upon a time, when African invited you and taught you their culture and taught you knowledge, education, once upon a time, you took that education and turned it around and said, thou shalt not plagiarize. And you say, according to the Greek war, according to the Roman war, according to some Asian war. You did not say according to Africa, according to the African manuscript. You did not say that, but you took it as your own story. Once upon a time, when we invited you and we taught you our way of life, before you came, we were processing gold, or our kings and queens have gold earring, gold necklace. Didn't you see it? You were not the one that brought civilization to us. Once upon a time, before you came to the African continent and we invited you, we were manufacturing iron ore, or we have cutlasses. How did we make our farm? How did we make our farm? How did we tear the soil? We were melting irons before you came to the African continent. We knew about iron. You did not teach us that. We taught you it. But you took our kindness to be our weakness. We did not know you were the devil the Bible speaks of. We did not know you were the devil the Bible speaks of, to say, be careful of them. Their words are smooth like butter, but war is in your heart. Their words are smooth like oil, but sword are in your hands. Oh, we did not know that. We did not know that because we never listened to our forefather of who you are. You took advantage of us. We did not know you were the devil the Bible speaks of. We thought the devil was something under the ground, or something under the soil, or something in the ocean or the sea. We did not know that. We thought the devil was some bird in the sky. We thought the devil was some dragon in the sky. But we did not know that. But you are the devil the Bible speaks of. Because the Bible says you shall never be friends with your enemies. Your enemies will always be your enemies. And we did not know that. And that is why you've been using us. That is why you have always succeeded over us. But the Bible said we shall win when we unite. We did not know that. We listened to you and you divided us. We did not know that. We did not know that when you told us our culture was evil. Not knowing our culture bound us together. We did not know that. Meanwhile, you are trying to erase our existence. We did not know that. I don't know who told us. We did not know that. When our tribes united up, when our tribes were kingdoms, they were nations, but yet they stay, we coexisted among each other on the African continent. When there was no boundary, there was no borders. But we did not know that when you came, you told us we have to create borders. And today we are still maintaining those borders. Why in your countries, in your Europe, there are no borders? We did not know that. Yesterday you came and told us having different tribes, having Hutus or Tutsis or Mende or Gio or Madingo or Kran or Ewe or Igbo or Fanti was a crime, because those tribes was going to be an issue among us. So we should become French, we should become English, we should become Portuguese, we should become German, and we lost our tongue, our mother tongue, our native tongue, our languages. And we became subspecies of French, subspecies of English, subspecies of German, subspecies of Portugal or Portuguese. We did not know that. But now that we are coming to the realization, that's the time the United States says, Africans in Africa, we are terrorists. Why did the United States call Africans terrorists? Did the US Congress just declare African as terrorists? Did the United States Congress just declared Africans as terrorists? Now, if the US declare Africans as terrorists, then we want to ask the United States, what is terrorist? How do you classify terrorists or terrorism? Who put you in a position to define terrorists or to identify what terrorist or what terrorism is? Because we do not understand. Or maybe we understand now. Because before then, maybe we did not understand when you said Dr. King was a terrorist. Marco L was an extremist. When you said Nkrumah was a terrorist. When you said Gaddafi was a dictator or was a terrorist. How do you define these terms? How do you define dictator? How do you define terrorism or terrorist act? You said Thomas Sankara was a terrorist. You said Patrick Lumumba was a terrorist. Amilcar Cabral was a terrorist. How do you define terrorism? Because we have come to understand none of those people were terrorists. None of those people were even dictators. Oh, America, what is terrorism? What is terrorists? Oh, maybe. Are you telling us terrorists are leaders who seek the betterment for their people? Is that your definition of terrorism? Are you saying terrorism is an act of knowing your identity? Is that terrorism? Are you saying terrorism is an act of standing up for your people? Are you saying that is terrorism? Oh, are you saying terrorism is an act of people that want to be independent, that don't want to depend on World Bank, that don't want to depend on IMF, that don't want to depend on America for aid, that don't want to depend on America for food? And that's a terrorist act. Oh, terrorism is an act by people who saying, US, leave us alone so that we can live our life and manage our resources the way we want to do it. Oh, so terrorism is an act of loving your people. Oh, so terrorism is an act of not putting foreign interests first, but putting your country first over foreign interests. That is an act of terrorism. Oh, America, we want you to define terrorism for us. Because you are in a big mess if you don't know. Europe and America, you are in a big mess. Because we are not going to relent. We are not going to fall back. Oh, so we are terrorists because we are asking the hard question. Oh, we are terrorists because the spare of silence. We are saying no to the spare of silence. We are terrorists because we are saying you be you and let us be us. So that is a terrorist act. You better defend terrorism. So by killing African leaders, that make you please. That is not a terrorist act. African leader who love their people, that is not a terrorist act. But killing Gaddafi was not a terrorist act. But killing Gaddafi because of the plan Gaddafi had for Africa, that was not a terrorist act. But going against Nkrumah ideology, because Nkrumah was educating his people when he talked about neocolonialism. Oh, so that was not a terrorist act. That was an act of being human. Wow. By killing Patrick Lumumba for what he wanted for DRC Congo and the entire African continent, that was not a terrorist act. Okay. That is why you have created enemies around the world. And you are looking at those nations who are now asking a critical question as a terrorist. Wow. By killing Thomas Sankara, because Thomas Sankara wanted to liberate Burkina Faso and the rest of the African continent under France control. That was a terrorist act. And you deleted him. Wow. Wow. By not working with African democratic leaders. Because African leaders that believe in democracy, true democracy, as you, quote unquote, believe in, you saw those people as terrorists and you killed them. That is not a terrorist act, right? But your definition of terrorist, are people who want the betterment for their children, just how you, America, want to see your next generation come out to continue to fly the flag of America. But if other countries do it, you see them as terrorists. If other leaders rise up or come out to say, no, we want to be like America, won't you be happy? Won't you be happy? So that they will limit the browning of America to other countries. Wow. So you see those people as terrorists. What is terrorism? Now, the reason why the United States call Africa, right? The reason why, because we are asking questions. The reason why they are saying this is because we are telling the US, we don't need your service. So if we say we don't need your service, does that mean we are terrorists? Once again, folks, I believe that was the statement of the United States Congress. So let's watch this video and then we will dive into it. The reason why they are saying the African continent is a terrorist continent. The reason why they are saying it. And part of that, go to the video you just watch. So let's watch the statement from the United States Congress along with their slave, Michael Leslie, who is still on the slave plantation. Let's see what they say in our video. And let's see the preparation they are doing. Let's see the request of Michael Leslie from the United States Congress. You know, let me fall back a little bit before we go to the video. You know, Liberia, let me make this clear. Liberia, the president of the Republic of Liberia, be careful if you don't want to die from heart attack. Because we want you, you're already almost in your 90s. So please, we want you to live your life, even if you can go 100 or 100 plus. Live your life and die peacefully and be buried peacefully. Because we do not want you to die from heart attack. Because if the US have been providing services or protection to African leaders or to Liberian leaders, not this time around, we can assure you the US will not provide protection to you. Because we already know the secret of the US. What we are telling you to do is Just go to the Liberian president. Rule in favor of the Liberian people. You are president for Liberia, not America. You are president for the Liberian people, not American people. You are president to protect the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, not the Constitution of the US. Liberia is not part of the 50 state of the US to make it 51 state of the US. US have 50 state, and that is 50 state, and that's it. US is not on the continent of Africa. So if you are protecting anybody's interest on the continent of Africa, it should be the African continent and the African nations, not the United States interest. If you are protecting any foreign policy, because we have boundaries, right? We still protect colonial borders. So if you are protecting any foreign policy, it should be the rest of the African continent foreign policy for African unification. That's what you should protect. You are not a branch or member of the United States Congress or the United States 50 state. You are president for the Liberian people, not American people. You are not a puppet unless you want to be the puppet. So this is a warning to you. If you want to die peacefully and not to die with heart attack, do not allow a terrorist group called Afrikan. Afrikan is a terrorist organization. It's an armed terrorist organization for the sole purpose of destabilizing the African continent or African nations. Right behind your back, Guinea, the current president of Guinea, was trained and instructed by Afrikan to remove the past president or to carry on coup. That is to tell you these people do not believe in democracy. If they believe in democracy, why they couldn't wait for the next election? But they trained this man to remove the past president. That is what they said. And Malcolm Leslie said that is the United States core value, to remove an African leader that is not in support of American foreign policy. That is the United States core value. The United States core value is no African leader should care for 8 people. The United States core value is no African leaders to talk about development in their respective country. The United States core value is no African leader should empower 8 people through education, social means, economic means, political means. No African leader should educate or empower its citizens in those entities. That is the United States core value. The United States core value is for foreign companies to be in Africa to extract and exploit African resources for the overseas industries and leaving Africa dying, impoverished. That is the United States core value. That is the United States core value. The United States core values is to have NGOs in Africa to undermine Africans, and to carry on their propaganda, missionary. That is the United States core value. For us to believe that Africa is poor, Africa can do nothing, there are no resources, we have limited resources, for us to believe that we will never survive without the white man, without white Jesus, without white angels coming to rescue Africa. When Africa did not need rescue, They caused the problem and they're coming to rescue us. That is the United States core value. Let's watch this video.
Testimony that I think sounds like from your testimony that Africa's in trouble.
All right. So you heard a congressman saying, asking Michael Leslie, from your testimony, it sounds like Africa is in trouble. From your testimony, it sounds like Africa is in trouble. Now, to us black people watching, or that will watch the recording, to African people on the African continent that is watching or that will watch the recording, let me ask you this question first. Is Africa in trouble? Is Africa in trouble? The reason why I'm asking you, because many of you may not understand that statement. It sounds like Africa is in trouble. Because listen to this. Michael Leslie, being on the African continent, he came back to the plantation, to his slave master. He has given report because he has collected data. He has collected data. And now he has come to give report, to give those data, or those information he has gathered from the African continent, right? So he has come back to give report. Now his slave master is asking him, being that you have been on the African continent, now you are back to give report. So from the report you have given, it sounds like Africa is in trouble. Now, why is Africa in trouble? That's the question we should be asking. Now, are we in trouble? Let me ask this question. Africans, are we in trouble? Is anything on the African continent that we see as troubling, that we want the US to come and fight, to come and help us? Are we in trouble? Because the United States Congress is saying, based on the report Michael Leslie has given, Africa is in trouble. That they want to go and redeem and rescue Africans. Are we in trouble? There is more to that statement. Coming. The topic is, did the United States Congress just confirm or declare African as terrorists? I know you are wishing to hear that statement, right? Don't worry. But I'm here to break it down. We're going to get to that statement where they talk about terrorists. We're going to get there. But the question here is, let's take it bit by bit. He is saying Africa is in trouble. How and why Africa is in trouble? Is that because Africans are waking up to the reality of the US and Europe? That's what made Africa to be in trouble? Or yes, these people speak in code. They are speaking in code. They are speaking in code. And this is WCC. We are here today to break down that code. We are here today to tell you what they mean by saying Africa is in trouble. What they mean by that. We are here to tell you what that statement means. Africa is in trouble. Africa is in trouble because we are now saying we need to take our mineral resources. We are now saying that American companies leave. Let NGOs leave. We don't want your money deal. We don't want it no more. That is why Africa is in trouble. We are now saying we do not want IMF loan. We do not want how to call it any loan or World Bank loan. We are now questioning the United Nations. Like, to hell with the United Nations. We don't want to be part of the United Nations. That is why Africa is in trouble, because we are refusing to be slaves. Do you know why Africa is in trouble? Africa is in trouble because finding a black leader now on the African continent to assassinate African is hard. Africa is in trouble because worldwide, for the very first time in a long time, African both home and abroad to wake up to the United States and say, don't try it. You will never kill another African leader. That means Africa is in trouble. But what we want to say to the United States Congress, bring it on. Bring it on and see if you'll survive. Bring it on and see if you'll survive. No, don't just look at me reacting to say, oh, we are going to go after him. Why is he saying that? No, we are reacting based on what you say. We are reacting based on what you say. Don't think we're going to sit there and fold our hand. If you think you will survive, bring it on. We are waking up. Africa is in trouble because we are now saying if we put visa restriction on any African nation, we will put visa restriction on your people too. Anything you do to any African nation, we will do the same thing, provided that African leader is not a puppet. We will do the same. We are saying we do not want your propaganda media in our countries. That is why Africa is in trouble. But bring it on, US. If you think we're going to sit down, you know, we said it last week, go to your forefather, J.A. Hugo, and tell him your prophecy has come to true. Negro unity is a threat to racist white people inheriting. That is why Africa is in trouble. But let's continue to the recording.
40% rise in terrorism. What's your most pressing need that you can tell us for what we can help you with?
Listen to this. 40% rise in terrorism. What do you need that we can provide to you that will protect you, the African, in Africa? So they know the percentage of terrorism in Africa. They know the percentage. They know the amount. Let me ask you, African. Let me ask black people around the world. The war in Ukraine. Did the U.S. Army, the Marine, the Navy, did they go to Ukraine to fight? Or the U.S. were giving ammunition to the Ukrainian military to go and fight the enemies? So if the United States Congress says there is a rise in terrorist activity or in terrorism about 40% on the African continent, why will the U.S. give air defense, ground defense to the United States military to go and fight? Because in one of Michael Leslie's interview, he said the aim of Africa on the African continent continent is not to fight for the Africans. That's what he said. He said it is not to fight for the United States Army or Marine to go and die for Africans. The fight for terrorism on the African continent is for African people to fight their own fight. So if there's a rise in terrorism on the African continent, and you, Marco Leslie, told Congress or in an interview that African people are responsible to fight terrorism. So why would you want to get air defense, ground defense to the American military in Africa to go fight terrorism? That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction. Now, why you the one that know the percentage, but African does not know the percentage? So, if there's an increase in terrorism in Africa, why are you going against Burkina Faso? Why won't you send your ammunition or support to the Burkinabes, to Abraham Touare to fight terrorists? But why are you so keen in removing Burkina Faso president Abraham Touare? Why are you so keen in destroying the AES? So the AES are the terrorists. That is what you are saying here. So Africans waking up are the terrorists because Africans are saying, we will go to Burkina Faso and fight. Oh, so those are the terrorists. Bring it on. If you think you will survive, then try it and take war to the African continent. That will be your demise and your end. That will be your demise and your end. Change your own colonial ways. If you want to have at least to hang, if you still want to hang on African to survive, change your way. We are not bad people. Africans people are not bad people. Black people are not bad. We may speak this way. We may react to your behavior or your attitude, but that doesn't mean what you do to black people or to African people, we're going to do you the same thing. We will share with you for you to survive. Because we are not deadly, we are not demon, we are not devil like you. Because the Bible speaks of the devil, you are the devil. So a devil will always be a devil, and an angel will always be an angel. And black people are the angel. So we will not do unto you like you did to us. But we will share with you so that you can see what true human being is. What true humanity is. But if you think you want to go through war, do it and see who will survive. Like I said, it will be chaos. It will be bloody. But you will not survive it. You remember in the Bible, it says, the coming of the Lord, the return of the Lord, he's coming with garment, and his garment shall be filled with blood, and he shall have sword in his hand. On Judgment Day, you remember that? I think maybe you are a Christian, you read it, right? So at the return of the Lord, he's coming, and his garment will be filled with blood, and he's coming with sword in his hand. You think he's coming for peace? You think so? He's coming for peace? He's not coming for peace. You think he's coming for lovey-lovey? No, he's coming to kill. He's coming to kill. When the Bible says on the day of judgment, the return of the Lord, he's coming to redeem the 12 tribes of Israel. He's coming to redeem his people. Who is coming to redeem his people from? Because in the Bible, when you talk about salvation, to be saved, when you talk about being saved, it said, saved from your enemies. It did not say saved from your sin. You can repent from your sin. Okay? But you cannot repent from your enemies. You can only be saved from your enemies. You can repent from sin, from things that you've been doing, like we're telling you to repent. But your judgment, you cannot repent. You cannot escape your judgment. Because your judgment comes from the Most High. So I'm just trying to explain this so you can understand it. Congress, Because your day of doom is coming if you don't be mindful. Because you will not win this war. And we're telling you, you will not win. Spiritually, physically, you will not win this war. Let's continue here.
Senator, thanks for that question. My number one operational priority is protection of the force. And so as I stipulated in my opening statement.
So you heard that. His number one priority is protection of the force, the U.S. force. It's protection of the U.S. force. So they are seeing African as the terrorists. So now they are going on the African continent to go fight. Because from the beginning of the statement, the congressman said it seems that Africans are in trouble. Now they ask him, what can we do? Because there were a lot of things that were said over there behind closed door that was not said here, that was not explained here. These people are speaking cold. So now he's saying, all we need is protection of our military because they are planning for war. Let's continue here.
I focused on matching capabilities to the threat. When we match capabilities to the threat.
Now, matching capability to the threat. Who is threatening the United States? Folks, listen to this. And this is why we are warning the African leaders, especially Liberia and Africa Coast. Liberia and Africa Coast, we are warning you. Do not establish terrorist base in those nations. AFRICOM is a terrorist organization. Now, when we say AFRICOM is a terrorist organization, we are not speaking out of emotion. We are not waiting for the U.S. to come and define terrorism or terrorists for us before we understand, oh, the U.S. say the definition of terrorist is this. No. We can define terrorist. AFRICOM is an armed terrorist group. So Africans, this is not in your interest. Now, when we say Africans, we are not talking about the people, the loving people of that nation. We are talking about the leader. When we're talking about Liberia, we are not talking about the loving people of that nation. We are talking about the leader. AFRICOM is an armed terrorist group. Do not have African base. Now you see their mission. You see their mission to equip themselves against Africans, to unalive Africans.
It first calls for integrated air missile defense, and it calls for ISR. And other platforms would add to the capacity and capability of protecting the force. In closed session, I would be able to elaborate with more specificity, but.
Now, what does it mean? You see what he called for. And then in his statement, all these are in protection of our force. He did not say it is in protection of the African force because Africa does not have a force. He's talking about a unit, and that unit is the American force that will be fighting the African people on the African continent. They see Africans as terrorists because from the beginning they said there have been 40% increase of terrorists. And those 40%, they are trying to tell all the African youth, like, just wake up and say, we do not want the U.S. We do not want foreign interest. That 40% of youth are the people they were talking about that say Abraham Traore is the president of the African continent. Are you understanding what these people are saying here? America is not our friends. America have never been a friend to the African continent because America supported apartheid. Remember this. America have always supported all the horrible things on the African continent. They supported apartheid. They gave army, ammunition, financial support to Israel to destroy and kill Africans. They supported the killing of Thomas Sankara, the killing of Patrick Lumumba, the removal of Nkrumah. They killed Gaddafi. They undermine and stop the progress, the vision of Robert Mugabe, to the extent he became frustrated and there was nothing he could do because the African continent did not support him. AU did not support him. ECOWAS did not support him. They did not rally around him to give him support. So he was a lonely man in the desert. And that's the same thing they want to do to Abraham Traore. But because African worldwide wake up and said, this is your nonsense you have been doing for so long. The last African leader US ever killed was Gaddafi. Now Africa become a terrorist. But there is more to this. Listen to this, folks. This is WCC. We are here to break down every statement of these people. There are more to this. Be with me.
All commanders always ask for those aforementioned type platforms.
Now, the question again then becomes, why did the United States make that statement? And why did Michael Lansley request to the United States Congress to strengthen the U.S. air defense, to strengthen the U.S. ground defense, in making sure the United States military personnel are protected? Why did they make that statement? Now, Michael Lansley speaking over there, he's speaking for his slave master. The video that we watched first, for some of you that was on, about the division of Africa that you watch, that is what these people are protecting. That is what these people are protecting. Right? Listen to this. Now, because they have seen that they cannot stop the African people, home and abroad, they have seen that Africans have woke up. Because their plan have always been to stop Africa. And because they have seen that they cannot stop Africa, they are going to do the West. If it happens, it happens. If they lose, they lose. But all we can say to them is, it will be chaos, it will be bloody, but they will not win, and that will be the end. Watch this. Watch this.
All right, so before we go into the story proper, I just want to appreciate all the people that lended the voice when I was in there. I swear to God.
And religious lines. If they ever start working together, if you wanted to stop Africa from becoming a superpower, you wouldn't have to invent a new strategy. The blueprint has already been written, tested, and perfected over centuries. You'd start by making sure Africa never unites. The easiest way to do that is by keeping people divided.
Listen to this. The blueprint have already been written. Like I said, this is WCC. We look at a video and get the pieces and try to analyze it. The blueprint have been written. What was that blueprint? What is that blueprint? Remember, these people, their forefather, left a blueprint for them. And their forefather told them, no matter what you do, don't never allow Africa and her descendants to rise. Because if they do, everything we have labored for will be in vain. And America will now become terror. France terror, Europe terror. Now you have to go to the African continent and go through immigration and pass through immigration. Now you will be the one to play DV to go to Africa. Now you will be the one to be paying money. Now you will be the one to be applying for visa. Now instead of you getting free visa to go to Africa, you have to pay for it. We have laid down the foundation that you can get a free visa to go to Africa. But if Africans want to come here, they have to apply for visa and pay, and they even get denied. But if you allow them to rise, you will not have to apply for visa. Now they will have to come to America free if they wish, because they will not even want to come because Africa will be built now. They might only come here to see history of how their people were being treated here. How their people built this place, but they were never recognized. They will only come for tourism. But now you will have to pay money to go to the African continent. The blueprint was laid down. These people are protecting the blueprint, but they are seeing that the blueprint is getting destroyed. The blueprint is not working again. Listen to this video. It's chilling.
Along ethnic, tribal, and religious lines. If they ever start working together, remind them of past grievances. Stoke old wounds. Fund separatist movements. Keep border disputes unresolved. Make sure every time they take one step forward, they take 2 steps back because they're too busy fighting each other. You'd install leaders who serve foreign interests, not their people. Find the most corrupt, the most easily manipulated, the ones who crave wealth and status more than progress. Offer them power in exchange for loyalty. If a leader rises who actually cares about Africa, get rid of them. Assassinate them if necessary. But if that's too messy, just destabilize their government and back a coup. If they talk about nationalizing resources, make an example out of them. If they try to unite Africa, take them out before the idea spreads. You'd keep Africa economically weak by making sure it never industrializes. Let them export raw materials, but never process them themselves. Control the mines, the oil fields, the rare earth minerals. Keep them selling cheap and buying expensive. If a country tries to break free and build its own industry.
So you heard that. That is why the US say Africans are terrorists, because we are trying to break free, because we are saying our resources will not go again, because we are supporting leaders who want a betterment for Africa, and then telling leaders who are puppet to the US, we don't want you. And then we are warning those African leaders who are puppet, who are neocolonialists, that we are coming for you. Then we become terrorists. There are more to this. Did you see why the US say we are terrorists? Did you see why they are fighting to improve their air defense, their ground defense through a slave? Do you see?
Industries. Sabotage it. Place sanctions, destabilize its currency, fund local opposition, crash its economy. If that doesn't work, orchestrate a civil war. People can't build when they're too busy trying to survive. You'd make sure their education system produces workers, not innovators. Teach them history that glorifies their oppressors. Make them think their cultures are primitive. Their ancestors were savages. Their future depends on foreign approval. Train them to memorize, not to think critically. Keep Keep their best and brightest looking overseas for opportunities. Make them dream of escaping Africa rather than fixing it. Offer scholarships that take their top minds to the West and never encourage them to return. Let the continent keep training doctors and engineers only for them to go enrich other nations. You'd control their narratives. Own their media, control their stories, dictate their image to the world. Make them believe they are corrupt, hopeless, eternally in crisis. Flood their screens with poverty porn and war zones. Show them charity ads that make them believe they are helpless without foreign aid. Downplay their successes. Twist their victories into isolated incidents. If an African country develops a groundbreaking innovation, credit a foreign investor. If an African leader implements a successful policy, frame it as an anomaly rather than proof of competence. You'd make sure they remain dependent. Drown them in debt. Offer loans with impossible conditions. Force them to privatize everything so foreign corporations own their water, their electricity, their land. When they struggle, give them just enough aid to keep them alive, but never enough to make them self-sufficient. Use charities to create a culture of reliance rather than resilience. Make them think foreign intervention is necessary, that they can't solve their own problems, that they always need help from the outside. You'd suppress their military strength. Keep their armies weak, their defense industries non-existent. Sell them weapons to fight each other, but never let them develop high-tech military technology. If a country tries to build a strong defense system, accuse them of being a threat to stability. Make sure they always need foreign peacekeepers, foreign military bases, foreign advisors controlling their security. Keep them vulnerable to invasion, coups, and foreign interference. The formula is simple. Divide, corrupt, exploit, miseducate, control. Keep them fighting each other. Keep them looking outside for solutions. Keep them poor, dependent, insecure. Make sure every attempt to break free is met with resistance so strong that the next generation thinks twice before trying again. This isn't a theory. It's history. The real question isn't how to stop Africa from becoming a superpower.
The day I came out and they gave me a phone, and I saw everything that's happened on the internet while I was in.
If you wanted to stop Africa from...
All right. So, from the video you just watched, this have been a playbook, and this have been a reason, all right, for the thoughts, the behavior of US and the West against Africans. Now, why this time they want to do it directly? They want to go directly because they have seen that we do not believe in their media, in their propaganda media, whether they are BBC, CNN, we don't believe it. They have seen that we don't believe in democracy. No more. Democracy failed. Democracy it's not real. It's not even existing. It's not something that do exist. We don't believe in that. They have seen that they have narrated the putsch about Africans. We don't believe it. They have seen that, look, but we having different tribes, you know, those are not the issues to our problem. I mean, they know, we know all of these things. They know that we already know that, but our resources leaving the African continent is providing jobs, industry in Europe, in America, and not in Africa. It make us poor. We have seen that. They know that we have seen that. The narrative that they push about Africans who want a betterment for Africa, it no longer work. They have seen that we support those leaders actually. We back those leaders. About 20 coup or assassination attempts against one man. One of the highest ever in the history of Africa. And they can't get this man. They know that they cannot get this man again. So you see the playbook. And you heard what they said. It is a blueprint already. They don't have to think. But those blueprints are no longer working. Our enemies are our enemies. The time we identify them, the better for us. And the time have come. And it seems that we have identified them. And they know we have identified it. They saw what happened on April 30. And that's a March 30. And April, that's it, yeah, April 30. And this May 25th, they're going to see another movement. This is our time. You cannot take the prophecy back. It was prophesied and it must happen. It was prophesied, it must happen. You can push a clock back. Maybe you've been pushing a clock back. But now you're not going to remove the goalpost. The goalpost is going to stay where it is. And we're going to play. The goalpost will stay to where the goalpost is supposed to be. And let's get on the field and play. Bring it on. If you think you will survive, try it. Let's see another video. Why these people are so adamant. And a stubborn fly will leave behind a dead body and get into the grave. So be stubborn. We are not dressing back.
Wagwan, me boss, Tanzania. Oh, no, that's Jamaica. Thank you very much. Let's listen to this guy. Very interesting. He's speaking very clearly about things that are happening in Africa. Let's go.
Il y avait cette idée, en fait, dans la tête des gens que...
There was this idea, actually in people's minds, that you develop a country with entrepreneurs. It's an important part, but it's not the main part. An industry is needed, a heavy industry. These countries export oil, export cocoa, export raw materials, but these raw materials they export are often processed in other countries. And processing is what creates jobs.
Quand vous avez une compagnie étrangère qui s'installe, je prends toujours l'exemple du Congo Brazzaville que je connais bien.
When you have a foreign company setting up, I always take the example of Congo Brazzaville, which I know well. Congo Brazzaville, over 90%, only exports oil. This oil is produced by whom? Exploited by whom? By mostly private companies. 60% total, 30% ENI. The Italian, 90% of the company. Then you have a few companies here and there, private ones. The public Congolese oil company is unable to do drilling. It is unable to exploit all of its oil. It collects part of the money, but it is unable to exploit it. So all the knowledge on production, on reserves, all the quantities, production volumes are decided by the private company, which does not depend on the country. So that's the first thing. There is a real asymmetry of information between the state and the company. The prices of their goods, 90% of exports, therefore oil, the price is not determined by Congo. It is determined by the financial markets. So when there are tense geopolitical situations like now, prices go up, it benefits them.
Et l'État congolais rachète de l'essence à ces pays-là. Donc la réalité, c'est qu'il voudrait qu'il y ait une industrie qui puisse transformer.
When the price is zero, as in the COVID period, nothing comes in. Nothing comes in. So we can see that there is a very strong dependence. And then this product is exported, processed in France or elsewhere. And the Congolese state buys
Wellness is all about vibrational ratios.
gasoline back from these countries. So the reality is that there should be an industry that could transform this production on the spot. And it is this one that would create jobs, refineries, distribution, etc. But to have that, what is needed? Funding is needed to finance heavy industry. It's not with €1 of microcredit that you're going to finance heavy industry. And this funding, if the banks don't want to lend it, who will lend it? It's China, but China is a country. It will lend it under certain conditions. Conditions sometimes on access to raw materials or more advantageous sharing of production for them. And so it does not allow them to be completely independent. And it must be kept in mind that rich countries have developed in a world where they created conditions that were favorable to them. The WTO, the World Trade Organization, is an organization that has favored rich countries much more than poor countries.
So they want Africa to be poor. They've always wanted Africa to be poor. It's very simple. The richer Africa gets and cleverer, the poorer the other side gets. The richer Africans get, the poorer the other side gets. That simply means if Africans become richer, they're going to be poorer. Muhammad Gaddafi came with an idea that was ingenious. He said, let's use gold, because when did we start using paper money? Who came up with that? Let's use gold for transaction and let's see who's rich. They unalived him. Why? Because they knew who was the real rich people. So it is planned, all this financial, whatever that you go to school for, it is structured. It was created so you can stay poor, they can be rich. As simple as that. Because if rich is gold and mineral, then Africans should be the richest. Now they have to come up with something. That's weird. That's scary. That's difficult to understand. I mean, you go to finances and stuff, the English is just always complicated. Why is the English so much? Why do you need a professional to read your contract with the bank? Well, because it's a lie.
The financial system, with mostly European and American banks, the rich countries. And so rich countries raise huge funds to carry out their projects, while poor countries to carry out projects we know. That is to say, to do things we know, refineries, food, agricultural industries. We know how to do that. Well, they can't raise money. What I want to add, excuse me, I interrupt you. What I want to add is that we have often said in recent years that poor countries were not developing because of corruption. We had to find a reason. It's corruption, the informal economy. These people are corrupt. There is an informal economy. They do not respect the rules. They are corrupt. Some even went further by saying that they are a bit lazy. It has always been a bit like that. And we found the same kind of debate when there was the sovereign debt crisis in Europe, where we called the southern countries pig. They were called Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain. They were called the pig. They were said to be lazy, that they were in the informal, that they were not like the Germans and the French. This debate already existed with African countries. They don't work, they are lazy. They don't have good training, they are corrupt. Very well, that's what we said. If tomorrow I were given the reins of Congo, Brazzaville, and I was told what the formula is in the current conditions to get it out of underdevelopment and make the economy take off, it would be extremely complicated. And I would tell you that I don't have the solution. Because it's a country, in fact, that does not have control over development at all. Because it does not have access to financing, as I said. Because it does not control the main good it produces. Because it does not control the volume and the price. And so developing a country under these conditions is extremely difficult. So corruption is actually a collateral effect. The real problem is the World Trade Organization and the financial system as it was created. Would you say that there has been a stranglehold by the northern countries? I'll explain, for example. We are looking for what the exit routes are, and especially by whom. Because you may have the preconceived idea of, yes, the northern countries are going to help the southern countries again. But in fact, it is because there is a stranglehold and also an enrichment of the northern countries thanks to and by the southern countries. For example, Zambia just had extra time to pay back, but the debt was not written off or reduced, etc. There are also negotiations on the next contributions of rich countries for the upcoming 3-year period, which will soon begin and should end in December 2024. There are also many solutions put forward by the IMF, which are considered as not enough actually. Which way now do you think should be oriented towards?
So they will always come back asking for things because they know you won't be able to pay. They will always come back to loot your country, to steal.
What comes to your mind when you hear the word heist? A criminal mastermind sneaking through a vault?
From you, to take things from you in Africa. And it's very sad because Africans have no weapons. They cannot defend themselves. When they give you things, they have to come back, get more. Because nobody gives you things for nothing.
So it is exactly what you said. That is to say that in reality, Africa buys a lot of imports from Europe, and also mainly from France. And we buy a lot of things we need and don't produce, including oil and raw materials. So Western countries are not interested in Africa falling. Because if it goes very badly, if there is not a situation at least stable, what happens? We risk having fewer raw materials that we need, and in exchange, we risk selling them fewer things. So we have to maintain Africa in an intermediate situation, so that it is rich enough to buy our goods and stable enough for us to buy the goods we need, those we really need, energy and raw materials. But no one is interested in Africa developing too much. Because if it develops tomorrow, let's imagine Africa develops its industry like South Korea did, a country that was as poor as Mozambique 6 years ago. If tomorrow it starts making cars, if tomorrow it starts refining its oil, if tomorrow it starts doing agriculture, and transforming its agricultural products, it will no longer buy our imports. And so we are not interested in that situation. We are not interested. So the will of the rich countries. We are doing geopolitics today. Everywhere, we can clearly see that there is no interest in these countries developing. These LDCs. Now, if I were in the place of Africans, it is very difficult. That is to say, for me, the first thing I would do is I would be much more aggressive in negotiation. Because if you don't have financing, then you can hold grand speeches. It's always nice. But once you get to the concrete, what is Africa today concretely? As it does not have access to financing, as it does not control the goods it produces, in volumes as in prices, it is trying today, for there to be activity, to attract as much foreign direct investment as possible, by creating free zones where very little tax is paid, saying that this is the only way we have to restart the economy, which does not allow it either to develop its industry, because the industry that would come is much more powerful and much more established than the one that would develop and would be a nascent industry. So the first thing I would do in this situation, which is an extremely complicated situation, I would seek to be much more aggressive in the production shares. That is to say, when a foreign company comes, you have to impose things on it. The Gulf countries, Qatar, the Emirates at their time, when you came to settle with them for anything, you had to give a big part, more than 50%, to a local native, a local resident of the investment. It was mandatory.
Very interesting.
The WTO did everything to knock this out, but some countries held firm, except when they really needed it.
What?
They make exceptions at the Ministry of Economy, but when they estimate that the person has to give a part, he gives a part to the natives, which trains them. You see, for example, this type of measure could be applied by some African countries.
There, Villa. It's right there.
If they applied it, of course, as a whole, it would be better.
I think it's very interesting. This man is telling the truth. He's telling you how things are. Let me know how you feel about this. It's always a pleasure. YouTube say a lot of you watch videos, but you're not subscribed. Why are you not subscribed?
All right. So you see what is going on, right? So I'm not going to go into detail because Zach did a very by the name, his name is Zach. We follow each other. Zach did a very great job. But again, so this is another reason the United States Congress is saying Africa or Africans are terrorists. There's another reason the United States Congress is saying about 40% of Africans are terrorists. As I'll paraphrase it. That's what he said, as I'll paraphrase it. But they speak in code, so you know what happening down there. All right. So the AES nations, right, and the supporter of the AES are the 40%. Because the reason why they say 40%, it is only 3 African leaders, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, that rightfully, or in control of their country. Now, the rest of the African nations, right, 55, right, minus 3, that's what, 52, right? All right. So the rest of the 52 states, they are puppet. All right? They are puppet. Only a few are actually trying to turn, but the rest, they are puppet. So they are still on the US and Europe. So that's why they say 44, and let's say 40. Now, the 40, right, the 40% that they are talking about with the AES, the 3 nations, and then plus the African supporter. Now, the reason why they say 40, right, they know that the African masses are not in power. So we can't really make decisions like how Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, those leaders are making decisions. So they don't really count us. They don't count us. But we are still in the 40%. All right? We are still in the 40%. We are still in the 40%. So the 52, they control those people. So they want to make sure, the US want to make sure the 40% that they call terrorists use their ground force, their air force to go and destroy. But don't worry, folks. They can't. It is intimidation. They will not. Because if they dare try it, they will lose. There are some things we can say here. We will just do it our way. If the dead try it, they will not win. They will lose. It will be bloody, it will be chaotic, but they will not win. Now, but you see, right? The reason why they are outraged, because some of the African leaders who were afraid, because within the 52, right? Within the 52 states of the Africans leaders, right? Some of them wanted to take the dimension of Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, but they were scared, they were afraid. So right now, some of those leaders have one fort here and another fort here. So some of them support Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. All right? So the US, Europe, they are afraid that if Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso succeed, then the train of African revolution, independent, unification, solidarity will take path. And that is what they don't want. That is why they call us terrorists. That is why they say 40% of Africans are terrorists. 40% of Africa is terrorist. You understand what is going on here? Let's see. Another reason why they say we are terrorists. There's a bigger picture to it, and we will get to that. I will make that video the last, and you will see what's going on here. Look here.
Because we know that when things become difficult, the military are there to save us. So what they have seen, they never expected. All that they were thinking is this thing that we're saying on social media, how on the 30th of April is going to be, was just going to be like, let's watch and see. But finally, when they saw the massive crowd all over the world that came to support Captain Ibrahim Traore, they are now having sleepless nights. Some of them don't understand how Captain Ibrahim Traore, Assimi Goïta, and Abdurrahmane Tchiani have succeeded in moving all of us away from these people for these years that they've been able to pollute us. So how we are able to come out of the pollution all of a sudden is a shock to them, because these people just came into office within some 2 years, and they have seen a different dimension in Africa that they themselves haven't seen before.
Liberian government, let me say this very respectfully, shame on you.
Unlock the world's largest, most liquid financial market with Forex.
So I was watching a live section where some civilians in Liberia were protesting in solidarity of Ibrahim Traore, Sahel State, and Burkina Faso, where the police officer came, you can see on the picture, and tell them to stop or else they will be arrested. And mind you, it was very peaceful protest.
A Pan-African revolution is erupting, and at the heart of this upheaval is Burkina Faso's revolutionary leader, Captain Ibrahim Traore, a 37-year-old military captain who has become the embodiment of African resistance, dignity, and self-determination. On Wednesday, April 30th, 2025, thousands of Africans, from Burkina Faso to Ghana, Liberia to beyond, poured into the streets, their voices united under the defiant cry of hands off the AES and long live Captain Traore. These protests, sparked by a foiled coup attempt allegedly orchestrated from Ivory Coast and inflammatory remarks by US AFRICOM Commander General Michael Langley, have not only rallied Burkinabe but ignited a Pan-Africanist fervor that has left African leaders trembling, embarrassed, and exposed. For the first time in modern history, citizens of one African nation are taking to the streets to defend the leader of another, while their own presidents languish in the shadows of public disdain. This is no ordinary moment. It's a revolution of consciousness, and Traore is its torchbearer. In Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso's capital, The Place de la Révolution was transformed into a sea of defiance as thousands rallied in support of Captain Traoré and his military junta. The demonstrations were a direct response to a major plot uncovered on April 21, 2025, which Burkina Faso's military authorities claimed was orchestrated from neighboring Ivory Coast to overthrow Traoré and sow total chaos. Adding fuel to the fire, General Michael Langley's April 3 testimony before the US Senate, where he accused Traoré of misusing Burkina Faso's gold reserves for personal gain, was perceived as a blatant imperialist attack. Protesters in Ouagadougou waved Burkina Faso and Russian flags, a nod to Traoré's pivot toward non-Western alliances, and brandished banners denouncing Langley, some scrawling slave across his image in bold red ink. "Long live Captain Traoré," they chanted, their voices echoing a resolute rejection of foreign interference. But what makes this moment historic is its continental and global reach. In Monrovia, Liberia, citizens defied their government to stage a peaceful African march for freedom under the banner of solidarity with Traoré. On Wednesday, a group of Liberian protesters marched to the Ivorian embassy, their placards blazing with anti-imperialist slogans. They accused Ivory Coast and the United States of colluding to destabilize Burkina Faso, demanding that both nations desist from meddling in the internal governance of Burkina Faso. Their statement was unequivocal. The people of Burkina Faso deserve peace. President Traoré is delivering meaningful development and must be allowed to continue serving his people. The protesters attempted to deliver petitions to other diplomatic missions but were halted by Liberia's national police, who cited a lack of protest permits. In a chilling escalation, Liberian authorities arrested some demonstrators and issued threats, signaling the depth of unease Traoré's influence is causing among African elites. In Accra, Ghana, the Socialist Movement of Ghana led a solidarity rally, declaring Traoré a symbol of African dignity and resistance. Ghanaians too joined the chorus of Hands Off the AES, a reference to the Alliance of Sahel States, AES, the revolutionary confederation of Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger that has become a bulwark against neocolonialism. Remarkably, citizens from across Africa, including those from countries as far afield as South Africa and Nigeria, either traveled to Ouagadougou or organized parallel protests in their own capitals. Sekou Ansumariam Dukali, a Liberian protester who journeyed to Burkina Faso, captured the sentiment perfectly. "I came to Ouagadougou today to participate in this demonstration in support of Captain Ibrahim Traoré because he represents hope for Africa, hope for black people, hope for all freedom fighters around the globe. Even beyond Africa, diaspora communities and anti-imperialist activists in Europe and the Americas took to the streets, amplifying Traoré's message of sovereignty. To understand why Captain Ibrahim Traoré has ignited such unprecedented support, we must first examine the man and his mission. Since seizing power in a September 2022 coup, the second that year, Traoré has positioned himself as a modern-day Thomas Sankara, Burkina Faso's revolutionary icon, often dubbed Africa's Che Guevara. At just 34 when he took power, Traoré promised to restore security, dignity and prosperity to a nation ravaged by jihadist insurgencies and neocolonial exploitation. Unlike many African leaders who pay lip service to progress while cozying up to Western powers, Traoré has walked the talk with audacious, people-centered policies. Under his leadership, Burkina Faso has expelled French military forces, terminated exploitative mining agreements, and rejected the CFA franc, a colonial-era currency that shackles West African economies to France. Traoré has redirected national wealth toward grassroots development, investing in education, healthcare, and food security despite crippling illegal sanctions from Western powers. His nationalization of Burkina Faso's gold reserves, a move that enraged General Langley, ensures that the country's resources benefit its people, not foreign corporations. "We will mine our gold ourselves, not for France, not for the West, but for our people," Traoré declared, a statement that has become a rallying cry across the continent. Traoré's defiance of imperialism is matched by his commitment to regional unity. As a key architect of the AES, He has forged a confederation with Mali and Niger, all of which have expelled French troops and prioritized African solutions to African problems. This alliance, formalized on July 6, 2024, represents a radical departure from the Western-dominated economic community of West African states, ECOWAS, which Traoré has accused of serving imperialist interests. His vision of a new Africa, free from imperialism and neocolonialism, resonates deeply with a generation of Africans disillusioned by leaders who prioritize foreign approval over domestic progress. But it's not just policy that endears Traoré to the masses. It's his authenticity. A shy schoolboy turned counter-terrorism captain, Traoré is a man of the people, often seen in military fatigues rather than the opulent suits favored by Africa's political elite. His speeches are direct, unfiltered, and laced with the truths that pierce the veil of neocolonial deceit. This continent has suffered and continues to suffer from the fire of the imperialists, he declared at the AES summit in Niamey, Niger on July 6, 2024. Such words are not mere rhetoric. They are a call to action, galvanizing Africans to reclaim their destiny. The outpouring of support for Traoré has cast a harsh spotlight on African leaders, many of whom are now grappling with embarrassment and fear. The sight of their own citizens marching for a foreign leader while ignoring or openly criticizing their own presidents is a public relations disaster and a stark indictment of their failures. In Liberia, President Joseph Boakai's administration was caught flat-footed as citizens rallied for Traoré, only to face arrests and threats for expressing solidarity. The heavy-handed response betrays a deeper anxiety. If Liberians are willing to risk their freedom for a Burkinabe leader, what does that say about their faith in Boakai's government? In Ivory Coast, President Alassane Ouattara faces accusations of being a dedicated US-EU NATO collaborator, with protesters in Monrovia and Ouagadougou alleging that his government is a staging ground for plots against Traoré.
Do you have old pictures on your PC or smartphone? Then this video is for you. Nobody believed me at first, but now
These claims, echoed by Burkina Faso's military authorities, have intensified tensions between the two nations, with Traoré himself accusing Ivory Coast of harboring destabilizers. The protests outside the Ivorian embassy in Monrovia were a humiliating blow to Ouattara, exposing his vulnerability to public dissent and undermining his regional influence. Across the continent, leaders like Nigeria's Bola Tinubu and Kenya's William Ruto are watching with trepidation. Their citizens' participation in pro-Traoré protests signals a growing rejection of the status quo. Governments that rely on IMF loans, Western military bases, and extractive industries to prop up their regimes. As one Ghanaian protester put it, our leaders borrow billions from the West, but what do we see? Inflation, unemployment, and excuses. Traoré is building schools and hospitals with Burkina Faso's gold. Why can't our president do the same? This sentiment, echoed in ex-posts and street demonstrations, underscores the shame of leaders who have failed to inspire or deliver.
This is something that is even shocking Yellow Papa himself, because all they know is every day we sit down for them to feed us with their media lies, their propaganda, and that is what we buy into. So always we fold our arms.
So exactly. So this video, got it from the latest. The girl you saw speaking over there. We follow each other as well. So she's got the latest. She's from Ghana. Sekou says something here, right? Exactly. So Sekou says, it is the revolutionary. They are calling terrorists. They know they can never control the revolutionary. It is true. That is exactly the truth. This is why they are calling a terrorist. Because listen to this. I mean, thank you, Sekou. Thank you, Sekou, for bringing this. You remind me. You just reminded me, right? Now, when Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, when he was fighting the same battle, right? They call him terrorist. The West, the United States, always have the habit of calling African people terrorists. Whenever we want the good or we seek what is in our good and right interest, the United States always call us terrorists. So now, yesterday, during Nkrumah time, it was 1% because it was just him. So they call it 1% terrorist. But today, they call it 40%. They call Nelson Mandela terrorist. They call Dr. King, who was fighting for the same fight, terrorist. Malcolm X, who was fighting for the same fight, an extremist. Thomas Sankara, Lumumba, Gaddafi, Cabral. And then let's go on. You know what? That will be maybe my next research that I will do, and bring out all the leaders, directly or indirectly, the United States and Europe or NATO have assassinated. They call all these people terrorists. So we know the game of the US. Exactly, Sekou. It is true. It is the revolution they are calling terrorists. So if the US call us terrorists, why should we look at the US as our friends? If the US call us terrorists, just because we are saying we want for Africa to be better for the next generation, just because we are saying we are tired of Africans dying on the Mediterranean Sea, and then you call us terrorists? Just because we are saying we want our resources to be manufactured and produced on the African continent so that we can provide better environment, better atmosphere, better job for our people to work in Africa than for them to go overseas and die on the Mediterranean Sea, so that they can stop being humiliated to the US and France and Europe embassy. So you call us terrorists. But tomorrow you will come and tell us Africa is poor, is dirty, is full of disease. Africans are lazy. But when we are saying, okay, fine. Say you say we are lazy. Say you say Africa is poor. Then we want to improve Africa. Now, bravo, you say Africa is poor. Okay, no problem. Bravo, you say Africans are lazy. Okay, fine, no problem. Bravo, you say Africans leaders are corrupt. Fine, no problem. We give it to you. You're right. You're right. Bravo, you say Africa does not have safe drinking water. Fine. Thank you. Thank you for identifying the problem. We give it to you. Thank you. Bravo, you say Africa does not have roads, electricity. Bravo. Thank you. Thank you for your media. We give that to you. Now, when we are saying all of these things that you have identified to us, now we want to use our resources. We want to take control of these things so that we can have safe road. We can have safe drinking water. We can have safe school. We can have safe economy, right? To provide jobs for our people. And then you call us terrorists. Because the reason why you are first class, the reason why you are developed country, the reason why you are not called least developed country, the reason why you are not called third world country is because of the African resources. So now, if the Africans are saying, now that you have identified our problem, right? Now, we are going to take our resources that is making you rich, that is making you first world, that is making you first class, that is making you a developed country. We're going to take those same resources to use it and develop our country too. And then you call us terrorists. Do you really want us to develop? Are you really our friends or you are our enemies? Oh, so because we have wake up to the reality. We have wake up to your behavior, your attitude, your thoughts. And then you call us terrorists. But guess what? Yesterday, you called Nkrumah a terrorist, you remove him. Yesterday, you called Dr. King terrorist, you kill him. You called Malcolm an extremist, you kill him. You called Thomas Sankara terrorist, you kill him. You call Patrick Lumumba terrorist, you kill him. You call Gaddafi terrorist, you kill him. Amilcar Cabral, you call him terrorist, you kill him. Yesterday, you call Mugabe a dictator and you put sanction on him. But today, you will not call Abraham Traoré a dictator. Today, you will not call Abraham Traoré a dictator, you put sanction on him. It will not work because, hey, you can put sanction on Burkina Faso. In fact, it's already there. But it's not working because our resources are speaking for us. Now you see when we have good leaders, with your sanction plus your sanction, our economy rise. You see, when France controlled Burkina Faso was among the least, in fact, the least and poorest. But now that France is not there and Africans are doing their own thing, now Burkina Faso become one of the fast developing country in the world. Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, they have now become three of the fastest developing countries in the world. Where are a democratic nation in Liberia, one of the least developed countries in the world, with the influence and control of the US when it comes to our elections. So when we are saying we don't want these things, then we become terrorists. Oh yes, we will become terrorists until we liberate Africa. We will become terrorists until we take control of our own resources. We will become terrorists until Africa will no longer die on the Mediterranean Sea to go to Europe and America. We will become terrorists until we can liberate Africa. We will become terrorists until all the foreign mind, all the foreign NGO companies leave Africa. We will become terrorists. If that's how you define terrorists, we are terrorists. If that's how your definition and meaning of terrorism is, we are terrorists. If that's how your meaning and definition of a dictator, yes, we are dictator. If that's how your meaning and definition of being an enemy, yes, we are enemies to your foreign policy.
The international, just know that if anything happens to Ibrahim Traoré, the international community will experience the largest African uprising it's ever experienced. Because y'all thought the Arab Spring was bad? Fuck with that man. Because you think that after many of us have realized how much money the Western world has made off of the back of African bodies, off of our own natural resources without paying us appropriately, and additionally treating us like shit, like we're the bottom barrel of people. Matter of fact, we weren't even people. You think that after we've realized that, we're going to allow you to kill another one of our revolutionaries and just roll over and take it? Okay. You think that after many of us have realized that Europe has unleashed some of its worst sociopaths on our continent? Look up King Leopold of Belgium. Look up what he did to the Congo. Look up why there's so many amputees in the Congo. You think that after many of us have fully grasped and understood what you did to our continent, we're just going to roll over and take it? And just a fun fact, in case you didn't realize this, the majority of young people currently live in Africa. By 2050, the majority of people under the age of 35 will inhabit the sub-Saharan African continent. Okay? And rather than the international community creating allies with this new group that is coming about, this new generation that is very different from their parents, because not only do we know what the fuck is going on, we are not like our parents. We don't think that we're less than people in the West. We've been here. We understand how it works. We know what the fuck is going on. Rather than using this opportunity as your redemption arc, y'all are doubling down. Emmanuel Macron, this is the hill you're gonna die on. You fucking weirdo and your weirdo wife. Leader of a country that's stolen so much, being a thief, this is the hill y'all are gonna die on? And you think that the new generation of African young people that are coming up are just gonna roll over and take it? Okay. Go ahead. Because the way this man has garnered support from the, like, you don't feel it, you don't see it because you're not in the circle, you're not in it, so you don't see what I'm talking about. But try that man. Hurt a finger on that man and see what happens. Because all he's saying is, let us keep our shit. All he's saying is, let us keep our shit. Is that crazy? Because in the West, ownership seems to be a huge thing. Y'all are all about ownership and private ownership, and this is mine and this is yours. So let us keep our shit.
In another news, a
So that's it. That is another reason they say Africans are terrorists, right? The masses, like Sekou said, the revolutionary is what they are afraid of, right? They are afraid of. So if they call us terrorists because of that, yes, we are terrorists. If that's the definition of America on identifying terrorists, then we are terrorists. Let's continue here.
Some of us have been to Burkina Faso. I've been there.
All right.
I've been to Burkina Faso. I'm looking at going again in support from the mothers and the women. I took Queen Mother Audley Moore to Burkina Faso. That was her wish. Moore took her to Burkina Faso to discuss the issues at that time when she was alive. She lived to be almost 100 years old. It is very promising what is happening in Burkina Faso. It is the will of God in this struggle with Burkina Faso. And this is a blessing that we're all here.
C'est une grâce que nous soyons tous ici.
And the women, I want you to know that the women, the mothers, the daughters, the girl child is with him.
Elle veut que tout le monde sache que les femmes, les enfants, les petites filles sont avec Ibrahim Traoré.
He is our son.
Que c'est leur enfant.
And we stand with him.
Les femmes sont derrière Ibrahim Traoré.
And we pray for him.
Les prières sont derrière Ibrahim Traoré.
Asking God to protect him.
Et Dieu aussi est avec nous.
From all harm and danger. This is for you. From all harm and danger. Protect him. So this is a blessing that we're all here. And
This is the revolution. African people from all walks of life, from every corner, is a warning to the US. Don't try it. Leave Africa alone. We're still going to share with you anyway. We're still going to give you some crumbs. If you don't want crumbs, that's your business. But I think it will be better for you to receive the crumbs than to try it, to say, oh man, I don't think you understand what is coming. Don't try it. US, Europe, it is better. What you have taken from Africa and you have in reserve, take it. Africa have abundant resources because that's the era of civilization. That's where civilization began. And that's where blessing was given. all the blessing that the continent was given to. You know, the Most High creation can never be depleted. That's why you fail to realize. The Most High creation can never be depleted, can never finish. That is why you stole and exploited century upon century. The resources are there. That is why you enslave African. You kill millions of Africans on a ship, on a sea. But yet they stay. Africa carried the how do you call it, the largest population of young folks in the world. No continent on planet Earth that ever received destruction of death in their manners. And yet, they stay the first. Don't you think? Or maybe you know. Or maybe we didn't know. Or maybe we are just coming to realize it. But how can a continent to be the only continent in the world, not just the transatlantic slave trade, but the Arab slave trade, the millions of lives that were lost, the transatlantic slave trade, the millions of lives that were lost, but yet they stay. When it comes to the labor force, when it comes to youth or population, the continent still comes first. Don't you think you can never destroy God's creation? Don't you think that? And then you loot resources upon resources, but yet they stay. The continent is untouched. It keeps multiplying. So the point here is, Europe and America is better. It's better you receive the crumbs that we will give you and you go with it than to dare try it, carry on war. It won't waggle. It's not going to waggle. It will be chaotic. It will be bloody, but you will not win and you will lose. And it will become your demise quickly, in no time. Don't think only Africans going to fight this war. Like I said, I don't want to talk too much. There are some things, you know, it won't be televised. But if you think you're going to take your air defense, your ground defense, and go to Africa to fight, and you think, all right, let's continue. Let's continue. We're going to get there.
Well, are you prepared to tolerate any kind of opposition in Eritrea?
What kind of opposition? Agents hired by the CIA from Langley, or opposition from inside, or any kind of opposition?
There was something of a crackdown against the opposition by the Eritreans, by your government in 2001. Journalists...
Never, not at all. Not at all. You are disinformed. There has never been any opposition in this country. This is a total lie. And if you're talking about a political process, that is a different matter. If you're talking an opposition that has been fabricated and created by Langley, then you would call that an opposition. I would not call that an opposition.
Well, but you did close down the free press. And, you know, just to get to some specifics, there were 2 Eritreans who worked for the U.S. Embassy in Asmara who were imprisoned. They've not been put on trial yet.
You're coming back again with the same list of questions provided to you by the State Department or the CIA, and you're trying to make this issue a political issue in the name of Al Jazeera International. I can assure you, freedom of press, if you mean the press that is financed by conglomerates in the world, financed by military industry in the world, if you think the financing and managing of media, the CNN, BBC, or even Jazeera International, by special interest groups is freedom of press, I can tell you we're not party to that kind of freedom of press.
But you have rejected millions of dollars in aid.
We don't want to be spoon-fed. We would like to live on our soil and be enabled to secure food for our people. That's what we do, and we don't want to be crippled by food aid that is linked to an agenda of dependency, and we've overcome this by denying and rejecting food aid intended for crippling us.
President, I can understand that you don't want to be spoon-fed, as you say. You want to be self-reliant, you want to be self-sufficient, but there are food shortages in Asmara.
Who told you that?
Well, we just had a report from the French news agency which says there are shortages of things like bread, that people have to use ration cards to get food from state stores, that there is a black market in food supplies.
This is another fabrication. Go and talk about food shortage in the United States. Ask people in the streets of the United States who are compromising, who are even sacrificing their breakfast, their dinner, or their supper because the food supplies there are not enough, because prices are going high. And we would like for those who are interested to address this issue, look otherwise. And people telling you that food shortages in Asmara are very unique under the circumstance, that would be a total fabrication.
When you talk about a solid basis and foundation for your economy, what are you talking about? Because I saw a World Bank report which says that the Eritrean army actually accounts for 11% of your workforce, of your labor force.
The World Bank can say anything. They can fabricate figures. We witnessed this happen not only in Eritrea but elsewhere. I wouldn't take World Bank figures seriously. This could be a distortion of figures by the World Bank or other financial institutions of an agenda to tell the outside world that the economy is not healthy in this country.
When you talk about the mobilization of the country's youth, are you not concerned that there has been a major exodus of youth from Eritrea to other parts of the world?
Not at all. Think about the 10 million Mexicans who are crossing the Mexican border to the United States. It looks like you're talking on behalf of the United States and the administration in Washington, and your list of questions seems to be provided by, I don't know, someone in Langley or the administration in Washington. I'm not bothered about these accusations. I can assure you these lies will be repeated again and again with no leverage on the ground.
All right, so before we go into the story proper,
let's continue with the discussion. So that is another reason they say we are terrorists, right? Because we don't believe in their media, because we don't want their aid. We don't believe in the IMF, the World Bank, right? We don't believe in their narrative. That is why they say we are propaganda. You remember when Obama said democracy is failing because the people are no longer watching the media? The people no longer believe in CNN, in BBC, in ABC. You remember that statement? That is why they say we are terrorists. I can see the screen for this. Well, let me play.
It's always a black woman. Like when you see this guy's used violence for Burkina Faso when they wanted to do the what was it called it? What was it in Kenya? The bill that was going to the bill they were trying to introduce where if you owed too much taxes, the IMF could take your land. It was black American congresswomen they used to send them to Kenya. Like America has realized they have black people in power who they can use now to destroy Africa. But yes, this house nigger, Michael Langley, is now the guy who's going to be the face of America going into Burkina Faso. Look it up. he got on the Senate hearing and said, but Ibrahim Traore is a threat to his own people. All right, it looks like it's time for us to go save the people of Burkina Faso.
Again, so they notice that we already know their strategy, right? And they notice that they see that unity, that coordination, that understanding of African, of Black people, both home and abroad. So they see that unity and they know it's a threat. Negro unity is a threat to the United States. Don't forget that. They said Negro unity is a threat. That's what they said. Negro unity is a threat to the U.S. Negro unity is an act of terrorism. That's what they said, right? Let's continue this. There's a big picture to this. We're going to come to that. Like I said, that will be the last video. I'm just trying to run, through stuff and then get to that video quick.
In Jamaica. Absolutely. I just thought I'd get a moment to do this. Let me tell you something. Abraham Traore, oh my God. Are you not a genius? You are the Messiah that the Black people have been waiting for such a long time. As somebody who lived between Jamaica and the UK and understand what we have to go through as Black people, I salute you, my brother. I salute you, salute you. Let me say this, Abraham Traore. You are protected by the highmost God. Black people around the globe are uniting. I've never seen this kind of unification that Bob Marley speaks about or spoke about, depending on how you want to take it. He says, until the philosophy that holds one race superior and another inferior, we're going to have war. You are the uprising. There's an Africa uprising that Malcolm X spoke about. Abraham Traore, we love you, we support you. Let me tell you something. The people of Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou, we love, we support you. We are here, we are cheering you on. They cannot touch you. And if they even touch you, they kill Sankara, they will not touch you. You are protected, my brother. So from the studios, here's studios of Jamaica. This is Dr. Ava Eagle Brown saying, Abraham Traore, you make me want to come to Burkina Faso. Abraham, I wish Abraham, sorry, not Abraham, but Abraham, sorry, I'm Muslim. I wish more Black leaders, especially on the continent of Africa, join forces with you. And I wish all of us who are on other lands, far and wide, who have been strayed and taken away from our land, find our way back home. Abraham Traore, I am saluting you, my brother. Salute to the general, to the most powerful leader on this planet. You, Abraham Traore, I salute you.
All right, so to the US and Europe, the Queen Mother is saying, if anything dare happen to Abraham Traore, the race war that you won is going to come. So don't think the war will only happen in Africa. It will happen around the world. That, I'm not going to explain that. You already know what will happen. You already know what will happen. You are not going to kill any African leader, even whether on the African continent or not. But in any African nations, we're not talking about those leaders, those puppet leaders, because we know you will never kill a puppet leader. We know you will never go against a puppet or a neocolonialist leader. We know that. So if you are going against any African leader or Black nation leader, obviously we know that leader, it is for the interest of the people. So we will be for that people. So if anything happens to any of those leaders, the race war that you want is going to happen. Because, look, the truth here is, right, we are just telling you it's enough now. It's enough of all the BS and the nonsense. It's enough. That's what we are telling you. So we are not going to sit there and fold our hand. If you go and kill another African leaders again, or another black leader, and you think we're just going to sit down and then come up here and say, oh, this person have great vision, and that's why NATO or the US went to kill. Because at the end of the day, it still means nothing. At the end of the day, it means nothing. Because why? Your job were done. Your interests have been accomplished. So whether we come up here, we start with this, with that, you don't really care. If another one come out again, you go and kill. And then we come up here. So we are telling you, it's not going to happen. We are not going to come up here to talk about Abraham Traore, the way we talk about Gaddafi. No, you kill Gaddafi, you will pay the price. That's what we say here. If you kill any African leader for the purpose of which you kill Gaddafi for, you will pay the price. That's just what we're saying now. You want to kill African leaders? Go and kill the corrupt African leader. Go and kill the puppets. Go and kill the neocolonialists. We don't have problem you killing African leaders. We don't have problem. But kill the leaders who are corrupt, who are neocolonialists, who are the puppet to the West. Go and kill them. The leader who does not want anything better for their people and to liberate their people and to do betterment for their people. The leader who are taking the resources, sending it to Europe. The leader who are giving the resources to foreign money company and corporation. Go and kill them. That's the people we want you to kill. But the message here is, if you dare try it, if you dare try it, kill. And because that's the message to the US. Abraham Traore have gone through 20 assassination attempts. So we already know who won it because you have spoken vocally. We already know who want to kill this man. We know it. If anything happened to this man, we are not going to ask questions. We are not going to investigate because we already know. We already finished seeing what is happening. We know who are behind the killing of this man because there have been money involved. There have been US dollar involved. There have been French currency involved just to honor like this man. So we already know. It was never a Burkina Faso currency. It was never a Nigerian currency. It was never a Ghanaian currency. It was never Senegalese. I mean, it was never African currency. It was foreign currency. And we know these foreigners who are spoke vocally to honor like this man. In fact, they are saying they want air defense, they want ground defense. So the point here is, we are not going to do investigation again. If anything happened to Abraham Traore, we already know. We're going to react. We're going to react. That's the bottom line. Leave Africans alone. Leave Africans alone. Leave our president who wanted good for Africa. We want to show you we can do it. We want to show you, say Africa is poor, we want to redeem Africa. Because you say Africa poor, Africa dead, and you can't redeem Africa. But you continue to loot African resources since the 16th century, since the 17th century, all the way to the 19th and the 21st century. You still looting, you can't prepare, but you identified our problem. So it's enough. We are telling you, stop identifying our problem. We already know. We want to do it. So if we find a leader that is doing the right thing and you aren't like that leader, oh my God, I don't think you're going to like it. If you think we're going to sit and come on social media again and talk about Abraham Traore, the way we talk about Gaddafi, the way we talk about Thomas Sankara or Amika and the rest, if you think we will dare come up here to talk about Abraham Traore again in that manner, you damn lie. We will revenge. You kill, they'll be killing on the other side. It's enough. Why should you take pleasure in unaliving African people? Why do you have pleasure in that? Why do you have pleasure in seeing Africa suffer? Why? And then when we speak, and then you sit there, we were not the one, my generation did not colonize you. My generation did not enslave you. What kind of nonsense is that? But you continue to do the blueprint of your forefather. And then you come I didn't enslave you. I didn't colonize you. I didn't rape you. I didn't put you on plantation. But you are using the proceeds of the enslavement to continue that legacy. You are using the proceeds of the colonization to continue that legacy. Leave us alone. If any good African leader, they'll die. They'll die. It's going to be a different story though. Y'all killed Gaddafi. Hillary Clinton went and sat down. We went, we saw, we killed, we destroyed. And Hillary Clinton said, we want to confirm it because we have been chasing this man for over 30 years. Over 30 years. You chase Gaddafi till you kill him. That's not friendship. And then when Gaddafi realized that his brother was the president for the US, then he thought he was coming to make peace. And then you found that you kill him. So even that alone, do you think we will ever allow Abraham Traore, even 10, 15, 20 years to come, we will allow Abraham Traore to come and be partnership with the US? It will not happen because we will tell him, be mindful of those people. Look at Gaddafi. That's what they did to Gaddafi. They were behind Gaddafi for over 30 years to kill him. They won't forget. So, I mean, even if we don't tell, do you think Abraham Traore that already know the subject matter, that already know the history of your attitude, do you think he will ever in his lifetime change his way to come and sit on the same table with the US? Because he's not in his back of his mind, you are not to be trusted. You will still kill him, no matter what. You will kill him. So look, so when we speak on these things, then you think we are the terrorists? Who is the terrorist here?
He is not the only one in the Sahel. There are three brothers who have chosen to set Africa free. There is Assimi Goïta, there is Abdurrahmani Chani, and then there is Traore. But Traore is standing out. You know why? It's not that he's bigger than his brothers or more important than his brothers. No, it is that God has picked this one off as the sign. I want him to be the sign to the rest of Africa that the time has come. We've been speaking about this Africa's time for so many years. I've made plenty of videos and talked about it, that Africa's time will come and that Africa will be free in our lifetime. Is this not our lifetime when the Sahel became free and got independence for the first time ever in the history of the continent? And now we have many more waiting. They are shocked, they are panicked. And so in the same manner that they framed Muammar Gaddafi, they started with the kind of satanic attitude that General Michael Langley is displaying now. They started with that because it's a psychological thing. They start with psychological warfare, right? They start by accusing the person of oppressing his people, of stealing the wealth of the nation to do stuff for himself. They say he's taking the wealth of Burkina Faso, their gold wealth, and he's using it to protect himself and not the people. Meanwhile, the mainstream media has refused to go and fact check Michael Langley and the rest of them from the EU who are accusing our brother wrongly. If it was something else right now, they would have rushed over to the country to go and fact check. But they don't want to go and fact check to tell us truly how in the world is Ibrahim Traore using the money he's making from gold to protect himself rather than to better the lives of his people, which is actually what he's doing. He is bettering the lives. And people are on their own, jumping out and saying, whoa, look what is happening in our country. We've never seen this ever. They're lying. So the mainstream media, what? If not that we are no longer in the days when they took Gaddafi away, that we are now in a different era where this kind of madness will never repeat on the continent of Africa. They would have already struck And by the time they struck, you will see the mainstream media rush over there to go and tell you how that, oh, this man was such a bad person. They will bring crisis actors who will come out and say, oh, Ibrahim Traore oppressed me and my family. He even put us in a cage. He stole all our money and everything. That's what he did to Gaddafi. I am so thankful for social media. Because those days when they killed the Gaddafi, mainstream media held sway. They were in charge. Social media wasn't as powerful then. Then now that social media is so powerful, how people have been sufficiently, may not even be sufficient, but how people have been adequately educated and informed on what really happened to Gaddafi. And because of what happened to Gaddafi, Africans are so angry. And they have made up their minds and vowed that whatever it takes, a repeat of what happened to Gaddafi will not be allowed again anywhere on the continent, not to talk of the Sahel region, where we can now finally boast of being Africans for once in our lives. You want to touch the Sahel? I saw the lion woman called Ursula von der Leyen. I actually prefer to call Ursula von der Leyen, who claimed, this was actually a video she made sometime in 2022, which was the time that Ibrahim Traore showed up on the stage. That was when they began to panic big time. Because, of course, France is a part of the cult of colonials who have decided that Africans will never rise up. Because according to the former president of France, Jacques Chirac, who told the truth, uncomfortable truth for once in his life, without Africa, France would descend into the ranks of third world countries. Not just France, but most of the EU countries. Why can't you then come into a fair agreement with African countries and come like a buyer and come like a partner and come with respect and say, hey, we want to go into a business deal with you the way you would approach Saudi Arabia or any one of these Arab countries? Why not come that way? No, we must make sure that they are treated as slaves. Even though they own the resources on the ground, we are going to keep treating them like they are slaves and let them know that they don't have access to it. It doesn't belong to you, even though it's in your ground. And you are insulted on top of that. Before Muammar Gaddafi nationalized the oil wealth of Libya, Libya was regarded as about the poorest nation in the whole world. The moment he nationalized it, Libyans lived the best life you could find anywhere on the continent of Africa. Nobody lived better than Libyans. As a young man in Libya under Gaddafi, if you wanted to get married, you had tens of thousands of dollars given to you with a home free of charge. People, life expectancy went from 0 to almost 100 in Libya. Libya was the most prosperous economy on the continent of Africa under Gaddafi. That's why the man said, this template has worked so well. Let us spread it across the continent of Africa so that Africans will be free. He said to them, stop taking money from IMF. Stop taking money from World Bank. These are the guys who are destroying you. I will give you the money. When they saw that, they were like, whoa, someone found our secrets. We need to destroy him right now. And they began to carry out this massive propaganda lies. And sadly, our people believed it and agreed with those lies. And they killed our hero. But God had another plan. In closing, let me say this to you who identify as African or who loves Africa and who loves our course as Africans. Our time has come. Let me be very honest with you. I'm not making an emotional statement. I'm not trying to be unnecessarily sentimental. All right. I don't know how to be. I'm just being realistic. And I mean as realistic as can be. The time of Africa has come. And you know, how you know that Africa's time has come is, first of all, by what is happening with Ibrahim Traore that has now united, and it was at lightning speed. I mean, the moment Langley did that, the whole social media was set on fire. And people ain't just making videos or ranting. They are literally, I told you this already, I'm repeating it. People are pouring into Burkina Faso because they want to defend motherland. They want to fight alongside Ibrahim Traore. These are signs. There are signs that when you see, you can never deny them. This is one of them. Our time has come. And what I want to tell you as an African, or someone who loves Africans, or who loves our course, who believes that we actually deserve to be human beings and be treated as human beings, what I want you to do is, whatever you can contribute, let's not just stop at making videos. Let us go beyond making videos and reach out to Ibrahim Traore by whatever means we can reach out to him. If you want to be a volunteer, show up. And don't ever stop talking about what is going on in Burkina Faso. Because this part that I'm about to tell you is very critical. It is very important. Pay attention to why you should not stop talking about Burkina Faso. You know, the colonials are not just panicked because they lost 3 countries, because France lost 3 countries, which is, I've explained this before, which is why they are against Russia and fighting Russia to death. I'm going to come to that. But here's what they are most worried about. They are very worried about the fact that if nothing is done to the likes of Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso and Abdurrahmani Chani of Niger Republic and Assimi Goïta of Mali, if nothing is done to these guys to dismantle them, then the rest of Africa will begin to see what life looks like when a nation is truly independent. And then the rest of Africa will begin to see that all these things they call independence in Nigeria and all the other parts of Africa are fake and mere colonial charades that have called them since so many years now. People are going to begin to see the truth. Oh, if Burkina Faso, that was regarded as one of the poorest nations in Africa, if not the whole world, is suddenly turning the leaf and flipping the script and suddenly on a race to become one of the most prosperous countries in Africa within just 2, 3, 4 years, then what they call independence here has been fake. And the youths of all these nations that have colonial stooges and puppets as presidents, they will become restive and they will begin to ask real questions and begin to seek justice, and they will begin to seek redress immediately. And that's where you're going to see the kind of revolution that we balloon out of Africa. And before you know it, all these youths that everybody thought have been so quiet and so messed up and so propagandized that they can't even think straight, you will see how something will rise up in the youths of Africa, and they will begin to chase out all these colonial puppets that are sitting there, putting their legs on the nations of Africa on behalf of the colonial powers. These are collaborators. The enemies of Africa don't look white. They are blacks. They are from amongst us. They are sellouts. And because of what is happening in Burkina Faso and Niger and Mali, these guys are going to be exposed in real time. This is what the colonials fear the most. This is why they want to go after Ibrahim Traore, so that Africans don't get to know what they are missing and what they are losing when they are not truly independent, like the 3 Sahel states. Ibrahim Traore kicked out all the colonial powers, kicked out their corporations, seized 2 gold mines. I think it's 2 out of 3 main ones. He has already taken 2, nationalized it. And that's why he has enough money to do all these things he's doing in Burkina Faso. Go and see how investors are pouring into Burkina Faso. Go and see. I was traveling to one of these African countries and we stopped in Ghana. When we stopped in Ghana, just on transit, and I saw the national airline of Burkina Faso, before God and man. When I saw it, it looked like an airline you would expect to come from one of the richest countries in Europe. God is my witness. If you think I'm lying, go check for yourself. It was so beautiful, brand new, looked so elegant, so well maintained and well managed. This is Burkina Faso of yes. Nigeria does not have any national airline that you can look at as, oh, there's none. The giant of Africa, because it has never been free, it has never had any independence. Whatever you call independence in your country, anywhere in Africa, is a charade. If the colonial powers and the corporations are still the ones controlling the resources of your country and giving you paltry 0 point something, 5%, 4%, 3% royalty, do you know what that means? That $1 trillion could be made from your resources and you'll be getting just hundreds of thousands of dollars for the whole nation. That's why the nations can never survive without getting the loans that are the bait from IMF and World Bank. It is intentional. I made a 2-part video on YouTube many years ago to explain how France has completely destroyed Africa. And it's not France alone, the colonial powers of Europe, UK, all of them. What they have done to Africa, I don't know how long it will take God to judge it. But today, God says, I have had enough of it. Time has come. Stand up, African youths, and take back what belongs to you. That's why they are angry with Russia. That's why they are angry. You know, they had an agreement with Russia because these guys are liars. They had an agreement many years ago that they were never going to expand eastward towards Russia. And they kept on expanding claiming nations, Hungary, Slovakia, Czechoslovakia, all of them, they were just assimilating them into NATO. After promising Russia they were not going to do it, when Putin has had enough, Putin decided, you know what, I'm taking the milk from off your mouth. And he came down to Africa and decided to help us to reclaim. The enemy of my enemy is my best friend, not just my friend, but my best friend. This is why you should, every day you wake up, you should be thanking God for Russia. Do you know that when Burkina Faso situation happened, Russia had a massive contingent military boots on ground? You know what they did? They decided to start putting too much pressure on Russia. Pressure. Before you know it, Ukraine just went into a serious misadventure that they knew they were never going to succeed in. They went and invaded Kursk. It is the same army that Russia had in Burkina Faso that they cut down, if not almost all of them, and moved them to go and rescue Kursk alongside the other mercenaries who were fighting on the side of Russia. You see why I told you that the Ukraine war is to make sure that Russia is kept busy so that they don't have the opportunity to help Africa. But they have failed because we will still move and take back what belongs to us. That's why Donald Trump is looking for peace. No matter what you do for peace, they don't want the peace because as far as they're concerned, it is an existential threat for Russia not to be in war. Russia must be constantly in war, losing men. It doesn't matter how many men they lose themselves. Russia must keep losing so that they don't get to help Africa. But Africa will help itself. And God is with us. And I know that Russia is also with us. Our time has come and nobody can stop it.
Going to the story proper, I just want to
All right. That is another reason why they call us terrorists. Because they know the time is around. You know, like I said, instead of them taking the crumbs, they don't want the crumbs. In their head, they're going to fight. In their mind, they're going to fight and they will win. You can't win. Because right now, Africa is like a bread basket. So, okay, let me just let the United States know. Africa have been a bread basket, all right? So not just right now, but we are in this time now. So they know Africa is the bread basket. So everyone like this holding a basket, right? Everyone holding this basket. So you see my 10 fingers? Let's just say my 10 fingers, right? My 10 fingers are all the nation in this world, all right? And then other nation holding this bread basket like this. And other nations surviving, how they call it, to survive, relies on this basket. Now, one of the fingers, one nation decided to be so greedy and want to overtake all the 9 fingers, right? And then take the basket. Now, just one finger. Can you fight all these 9 fingers? You can. And some of these 9 fingers are deadly when it comes to militarism, are deadly when it comes to nuclear weapon. They are deadly. And they all survive on this African continent to survive. And then you think you want to go fight this African continent? No. The other nation also want to survive because the other nation know that if they sit and wait and you go and fight this African continent, they all lost. They all lost. They all gone. And you think they want that to happen? It's not going to happen. So they all want to fight you. Because one way or the other, they all have interest. Just how you think you have interest there, they also have interest. So they will fight for their interest there. And you're going to lose. And not only that, Africans are all over in almost every army. Don't think they're going to be on your side. Don't think they took your oath. And they're going to be on your side. They're going to revenge. So it is a race war that you're not going to win. You will lose. So that your statement you made in Congress that 40% terrorism, Africa is terrorist, you have to take that back. And that your defense air missile, you trying to, it's not going to work. You're going to lose. Don't fight a war with Africa that you will not win. Because African, both home and abroad, will fight you in every way. They will fight you. Spiritually, we will, in fact, when it comes to the spiritual aspect, you know where? We will crack you down. We will crack you. Because your plane going to be in the air. You're going to have a plane in the air without no aircraft, and you're going to crash. I can tell you that for sure. You're going to put your plane in the air, your plane going to crash without no bullet. Your plane going to crash without no bullet. So it is a war that you won't win. You are not going to win this war. So don't think about it. Everything have an aim. Look, do you understand what is coming? Or do you understand what time it is? US, everything have an aim. Just accept it. Europe, accept it. Everything have an aim. You took pleasure yesterday in what you did. It have an end. It's going to come to an end. So accept it. Because you are never going to win if you enter into war. You won't win. Spiritually, physically, we're going to fight you. We're going to fight you spiritually, which of course you have no power in that area. We will fight you there. Like I'm telling you, you're going to have your plane in the air, your aircraft you're talking about, it's going to crash. It's going to crash with nobody touching it. It will crash. Because the truth here is we are no longer going to your white Jesus to pray to them. It's not going to happen. We are going to the black Jesus. And you're going to be surprised. You're going to have your plane in the air and it's going to crash. That's the bottom line I'm telling you. Your plane will crash. And I'm telling you this. Don't try it. Now, this is the last video, and then we're going to call it for the day, right? The video that I'm about to show you, this is another deeper reason they say Africa is a terrorist. All right? Because the truth here is, right, let us be frank here. In order to survive for the African continent, to survive, I mean, unity-wise, right, both home and abroad, now we have gained our senses. We are uniting, right? We are trying to put our white narrative. Oh, African in the diaspora don't like African on the African continent. African on the African continent don't like black people in the diaspora. We are done with those BS narrative. Now we know that they were using those things against us, right? Now, the next part here is they know that, like I said, the scenario that I gave you, there's my 10 fingers are all the nations in the world. And they're holding, this is the basket. They're holding this basket. Out of a setting, and there's 10 nations, there's 10 fingers, right? They all depend on this basket. And then out of a setting, one of the fingers want to be greedy to take this basket. What do you think going to happen with the 9 fingers? They're going to go against their 1 finger and destroy this finger. If possible, they're going to cut it off. And you be gone. And the 9 fingers stay. That's what's going to happen to any nation that dare try it. Take war to Africa or against African people. Be mindful. Be warned. United States, be warned. Be warned. And the video you're about to watch, it is a video that the US have also seen saying Africa, 40% Africans are terrorists. It is the video that they have seen also saying that 40% Africans are terrorists. Because the point here is, if we are saying we don't want the US, we need to partner with another person to grow. Because one way or other, we have the resources, yes, but at this time, we need someone on the resources, right? Water or educational resources, we need it. And then we can give something to them to be able to build ourselves. One way or the other, we need it. Which the US have never given up to us since the 1600, but they've been looting. Which Europe have never given up to us since the 1600 and been looting. And in fact, they said their aim is not to develop Africa. Their aim is not to make up to work with African for African to rise up. That's not their aim. Which we will never get it from the US or from Europe. So we realize that then we have to go to other people. While we give them some of our resources, we can get something from them. You see, Burkina Faso is making an electric car to the whole China because they have to get something, that knowledge from China in order to become independent. And the AES nation are building nuclear plane through who? Russia. They have to pass through someone to get something and then to give something back. That's how the wars go. And the US know that. But the US and Europe, they just want to be greedy. They just want to be greedy and destructive to get everything. Everything. It should be Europe and US. Go to them. They want to be greedy and destructive. That's all they want to, that's all they care about. Being destructive. And get everything. Exploit everything. Loot everything. That's all they want. But on the other hand, you see nations that have partnered with China, it may not be better or the best, but you see the improvement. Nations that have partnered with Russia, it may not be better but the best, but you see the improvement. Over Europe and China, over Europe and US, being in Africa since even before some of us were born. You see the difference. Now you see Burkina Faso even making your own military cars. Did it happen on France? Since France been in Burkina Faso, have Burkina Faso ever made military cars? Burkina Faso is now manufacturing assembling her own military car to defend and fight for herself. That's the support of Russia and China to teach how to fetch, and you go and fetch for yourself, but not to depend on World Bank, USAID, or IMF. Bring food for all, and then when they say they don't bring food, and then we starve. And then when they say they want this, we say no, then they put sanctions, we starve. No, that's not China and Russia. China and Russia say, hey, although we got this, but we need your resources. So let it change. Now you see Burkina Faso manufacturing their own car. They don't have to wait for the US to go and donate or US or armor or vehicle that their military don't like again or don't want or they are not using, and then go give it to us while they have upgraded their military defense, their air defense, and then what they give to the African nations are military or air defense that cannot fight the US because it's outdated. But other nations that China, Russia, African nations are partnering with, they are not giving them updated equipment. They are empowering them, they are giving them the knowledge to build themselves. We don't want the US giving you military equipment that is outdated, that their military are not using. That if we have to get to war today with US, we can't even win. Because those equipment are outdated. Those equipment are there to put it on the street when your own citizens want to protest against you. That's why they get those equipment. And that is why we need one unified army. And that's what the AES are doing. That is what they don't want. But see what China going to do in protecting her interests as well. That's why US don't get into war with Africa. That would be the least. That should be the least on your table to get into war with Africa. Michael Lensley, don't try it. You love your family. Don't try it. Don't get into war with Africa because of your colonial master. Don't be a puppet. If I were you, I better resign and put that jacket down and go and sit at home than to be used to take war to the African continent. You are not going to love it. Don't let them use you. If they want to do it, they themselves do it. Let them do it. Do you see the African command, or not the African but the European command? The general there. Do you see that general talking about Europe? Do you see that general talking about how they should use air defense to go destroy Europe? Do you see United States Congress talking about Europe have 40% tourists? Do you see it? But they have it. But why didn't the US talk about Europe have 40% tourists? But they have the same foreign military bases in Europe. In fact, Germany requested that the United States foreign base should leave. Why didn't the US call them terrorists? Malcolm Leslie, do you understand what you are dealing with? At the end of the day, you are a black man. They don't take you as one of them. They don't even take you as a human being. They take you as a 3/5 of a lesser human being. Do you see them talking about we're going to use our air defense, ground defense to go fight Europe? Do you see them talking about it? Do you see them talking about going to destroy Europe? Do you see them talking about it? But all they say is we got to build our relationship with Europe so that we can stick together and be able to fight for our interests. That's what they say. They don't say they're going to gain air defense to go kill, to go destroy. But you sit down there. Did you see the European command going to the US Congress telling them we need air defense, we need ground defense to go destroy Europe? But you sat down there and telling them you need to improve your air defense, your ground defense, to go kill the terrorists you identify as Africans. You see how stupid and dumb you sound? Don't let these people use you. Let them go there and carry air defense. Don't do it, Malcolm Leslie. Don't do it. You can still repent. I don't know if you'll be forgiven. I don't know if African people will still forgive you. But maybe you can repent. But don't do it. Because this is bigger than you think. Or maybe you know.
Police. It's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek term thrown around to deride the US, but does the world actually need one strong, capable leader? Without it, is there chaos or greater global cooperation? The rise of China, coupled with President Trump's America First policy, has thrown the current world order off balance. So, are we witnessing a changing of the guard? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nusafora. Since retaking the White House, President Donald Trump has made some bold and seemingly irrational moves, upending the global trading system, openly criticizing Ukraine and re-engaging with Russia, and even threatening to take Greenland by force. They may appear unrelated, but there is one common thread.
China, 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 China,
China,
China, China, China, China,
China.
China wants to make a deal.
China is the biggest threat to the US as the dominant superpower since the Soviet Union. China's GDP is projected to reach $25 trillion by 2030, second only to the US. America has a larger defense budget, but China's manufacturing capabilities are unrivaled. And then there's China's pragmatism. Unlike previous US administrations, China's global alliances and deals aren't underpinned by ideology. It boasts win-win deals to build highways, high-speed rail lines, and other critical infrastructure.
Oh, let me just connect the dot. I'm going to allow the video play because it's long, and we're not going to play the whole thing because we got to go. But let me just connect you. So what you see going on here, like she said, right? Whatsoever year, whatsoever, right? China GDP is this, but GDP going to rise this. China is initiating in building roads, infrastructure, this, that. Basically, it's all about Africa. Like we said here, China have interest in Africa, right? China getting African resources as well, and as well, in return, Africa is getting something. Now, a deal with the African leader on what kind of deal they are making. But China is not unlike the US that go carry sanction when they say no, when they don't agree with the deal the US carry, or they don't agree with US foreign policy, then US go and put sanction and then run propaganda and then sponsor opposition or try to do coup, like they've been using the AFRICOM, training or other African to carry on coup attack and all of those things. China is not doing that. China studied the whole economy. China studied the whole art of the US and Europe and NATO. And then China's like, no, we are not going to go with that decision, right? So unlike China or unlike the US, China, on the other hand, is making improvement which the US and Europe does not like. Because the US and Europe think that China have gone to destroy their system that their forefathers built and that they are working on, and China is destroying it. And China is now opening African people out, or China and Russia. And through the negotiation of China and Russia, 50-50, right? Africa are now producing stuff. Africa are now manufacturing stuff. I can remember that was the plan of Turbo. But what happened at CIA Turbo? And then that was also the plan of Dole. What happened in the CIA Dole? And this is Liberia. Because in one of Dole meshes video that I watched, Dole told the US, we have iron ore, we have rubber, we have so many resources. So what we want to do here is, at least we want to be able to manufacture our own car. At least we want to be able to manufacture tire here. The United States told Doda, you are now becoming smart. They went against Dole. They assassinated him because he was now coming to use Turbo plan. The same thing Turbo was killed for. Now Dole had the same plan. And then in the same video, Dole said the United States told him no. They disagreed. And then in the same video, Dole told the US, okay, so if we can manufacture our own car, and you can build factory for us, right? You can get the resources like you've been doing, like you've been looting and stealing our resources, no problem. We can get the parts from you, and then we can assemble the part here. The US said no. If we allow you to assemble the part, you're gonna become comfortable. Then the next thing you're gonna do, now you know how to assemble it, right? You're gonna start putting pressure to build factory there. And then you're gonna start putting pressure for the resources to be manufactured there. And that will decrease job opportunity in the US. That was a video, Dole himself said it. And they told him no. They went for him. They killed him. They planned war. They supported war. They are armed ammunition, American-made weapons proliferated in Liberia for destruction, destabilization. And today you want to carry AFRICOM? We say no. Liberia said no. And it's not going to happen. So in this video you're going to watch, you're going to see how the US and China are going to go 4-4 talking about war. US, you are not going to win. If you go to, if you
infrastructure without becoming embroiled in domestic conflicts, regime change, or multi-trillion-dollar wars. Today, on Counterpoints, we'll debate if Trump's actions show the US has accepted that China is a real threat to its dominance. What will determine global dominance in the future? And how will the US-China competition affect global conflicts?
Are you looking to start your own business? Well, look no further than busy.com. Right now, we'll complete your LLC filing free.
Welcome to Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. Joining our panel on the current US-China standoff and its repercussions globally is Elliot Abrams, Distinguished National Security Advisor, who has served Republican US presidents from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump, and Dr. Victor Gao, the Vice President of the Beijing-based Center for China and Globalization. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Now, leaders from both the US and China have referred to their relationship with each other as one of the most consequential bilateral relationships in the world. For years, their interconnectedness has allowed both countries to prosper, but recent developments suggest that period is over. Victor, let me start with you. Do you think that recent actions by the Trump administration has revealed what America maybe hasn't admitted for a long time, that it is really concerned by China's rise and perhaps considers it a threat to its global dominance?
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, China's rise is inevitable. No one can stop it. The United States cannot stop it. That's the mega trend. Secondly, this trade war launched by President Trump and his government against the whole world, including China, is the wrong war. And it's not constructive. It throws all the rules of the game out of the window. It damages the free trade. And while different countries need to come up with strategies, how do they want to deal with the United States in this manhandling of mankind, China has decided to rise up to the occasion and strongly defend the free trade. China will fight to the end, as the government has declared, and China has now imposed the retaliatory tariff up to 125% against all US exports to China. Now, if things are not handled well, this means complete stop of China-US trade, both ways. No goods exported from the United States to China, and complete stop of everything made in China to the United States. This is decoupling. If the United States wants to really welcome this, China will reciprocate, and causing the breakup of China-US relations. Whether this will evolve from peace to war, well, let's all be prepared. In essence, what China now declares is that it is prepared to fight to the end. Trade war, tariff war, technology war, or real war. So the ball is in Trump's court. You decide, and I will reciprocate. I will never succumb to the US pressure. And this is the moment of truth. China wants to defend free trade. The United States wants to destroy free trade.
Right.
The rest of the world is watching, and there will be a choice by the end of the day.
Elliot, if we look beyond the trade war onto global dominance in general, do you agree with what Dr. Gao is saying, that China's rise is inevitable and it's unstoppable?
First, thank you for having me. China's rise is inevitable. China's belligerency, and you just heard some of that belligerency, I would have thought is not inevitable. Maybe it is under Xi Jinping. But the problem that the United States has with China is not its rise, it is China's conduct. First of all, China, from the day it joined the World Trade Organization, has never believed in free trade, and it has not practiced free trade. It has taken advantage of the WTO.
Listen, look at the nation that believe in free trade. United States is saying China does not believe in free trade. Now, Again, let me make this clear. Let me make the disclaimer. This channel is not about China or US. It's about Africa. But again, let us analyze it as an African, a black people, or around the world, black nation. When it comes to free trade, the US versus China, who actually believe in free trade? Is it the US or China? Just listen to this video, man. Look, this guy tried to defend the US, but still, there is nothing to defend. You can't defend the US because these Chinese know exactly what he's talking about. Now, this is not in defense of China. All right? Because at the end of the day, everyone had their interest. But just from this video, this man talking about free trade. Then in the US, is the nation that in Europe that post sanction on African nations and other nations. When they go to do trade agreement with those nations and the US deal is bad, and those nations say no, the US post sanction. And then those nations say no, and then the US gave them a loan with high interest. Who control the World Bank? And the US gave loan to African with high interest. And the US gave loan with no interest. The US gave loan to England, no interest. But the US gave loan to those nations that are struggling with high interest because they want to own their land, their diamond, their gold. Who make bad deal? Let's continue. We have less time, so I don't want to talk too much, but you already know them. Let's continue here.
To build up its own economy at the expense of other economies. And it has used its power to threaten neighbors, for example, the Philippines.
Again, see this idiots. Which one of the nations in the world that use her power to threaten a nation? The US. The US have veto the United Nations against the African nation, against the African continent than any other nation on the United Nations that have veto power. Who does that? The US, the United States. Who's influence other nation to keep them silent? The US, not China. So who use their power to silence other nations? The US, not China. So why should the US even accuse?
That's just one very good example. Or Vietnam, there's another example. Or Taiwan, there's another example. The problem is not China's rise, which I agree is inevitable, and which ought to favor the people of China and really the people of the whole world. But it isn't doing so because of the way China is.
The people of the whole world who have the highest assassination, the highest rate of assassination or influencing assassination in the world, the US. Who had the highest number of invading other nations, the US.
Is actually conducting itself.
Could the same be argued, though, about the US? When we talk about conduct, a lot of the US's allies would argue that perhaps the US's conduct doesn't represent that of a global leader anymore either.
Well, I wouldn't defend every single thing that President Trump has done. But I think if you look at the Philippines as a good example. There was a point at which the United States had bases in the Philippines. The Philippines told us you should leave, so we left. Now, Philippines being threatened by China, the Philippines is asking us to help with their defense, so we're helping. I think that's the way a friend should behave. Now, when it comes to tariffs, I think what President Trump is really saying is, look, China wants to manufacture every single thing that people are buying in the world, and slowly but surely hollow out their own manufacturing. It isn't just the US that is saying that's not acceptable. I think you'll increasingly find the Europeans saying that that's not acceptable either. So I think what President Trump is trying to do is to say that unfair trade practices are not going to be permitted. Now, Victor says he wants free trade. I don't really think we've seen free trade on the part of China over the last couple of decades recently, and particularly under Xi Jinping.
Keep being lazy about cleaning your apartment. No, seriously. Home Aglow will clean it for just $9.
Victor, would you like to respond to that? Is China interested in free trade?
2 points. With due respect to the distinguished American panelist, the Philippines. Allow me to announce it for the record. To have U.S. operating military bases in the Philippines today is against the Philippine Constitution. So you are engaged in illegal activity in the Philippines, according to the explicit provisions of the Filipino Constitution. So my advice is go to check out the Filipino Constitution and see whether your operation in the Philippines is legal or not. Secondly, it's very evident that the United States wants to turn the Philippines into a proxy and even wants to go far to provoke some conflict between China and the Philippines so that it can benefit its geopolitical ambitions against China. This is a very explicit game plan. We can see it very clearly. The Filipino boundary is well demarcated by the Spanish-American Treaty 1898. Everything that belonged to the Philippines was handed over by the Spanish Empire to the United States. It was, again, very much declared, very clearly defined when Japan surrendered. Everything belonging to the Philippines was handed over by the Japanese occupier to General MacArthur. So anything which was not in the U.S.-Spanish Treaty of 1898 did not belong to the Philippines.
The US can exert its dominance as a superpower when we talk about global dominance maybe in terms of defense budgets and military capabilities?
Well, the United States is not seeking global dominance. It is seeking to help people who are near China, who fear this new China. Who do I mean? Everybody. I mean, Taiwan, Japan, Australia, Vietnam, South Korea. You can just look at the map. Really, all of China's neighbors now fear its effort to dominate first the South China Sea and the first island chain, so-called, and then all of Asia. And the United States, sure, we're responding because in some cases we have defense treaties. In other cases, we have friendship. I mean, in the case of the Philippines, we had bases, we gave up the bases. Now the Philippines wants help from the United States in defending itself. But so do really all of China's neighbors, except perhaps North Korea, which is a sort of more or less ally of China. So I think the problem here is, go ahead, yeah.
Well, I just was going to ask, that's all well and good if we consider perhaps previous US administrations, even Republican administrations, who had very active foreign policy interventions. Donald Trump, the current US president, seems more keen on domestic focus, America first. So is the US relinquishing their rights and responsibilities as a global leader?
And that is an inevitability. What is not inevitable is how does this newly powerful China behave economically and militarily? Does it threaten its neighbors? Does it use its economic power to dominate other countries? Does it, for example, does it try to dump massive amounts of manufactured goods on other countries and thereby
So look at this, right? If China is dumping, now this is not in defense of China. We keep making that clear, right? But if China is dumping manufactured goods to other countries, the same US and Europe have been dumping, okay, unwanted products to the African continent and even to the African Sea. Unwanted products, dumping it on African ground.
Hollow out their own manufacturing capabilities. A lot of Americans would tell you that's the kind of thing that happened.
The US under Donald Trump has pursued a more perhaps realist foreign policy. He's interested in doing business with countries rather than lecturing them on how they should govern. So this is something we've been seeing from China in their dealings with foreign countries for quite a long time. So Dr. Gao, let's go straight to you. Is the US under so much pressure from China that now they're taking a play directly out of China's playbook and operating on the world stage the way China has been?
Well, first of all, doing business is fine, but
Okay, as we continue on, get in mind, all these discussions center around the African continent. All right? But again, the interviewer is so brilliant and knows that she don't want to be direct. Okay? She don't want to be direct. But from the beginning, you saw how they talk about trade, right? And they talk about dominant, right? And they talk about using her influence and all of those things. You know, they're speaking code. So she don't want to be direct because she don't want for people to understand what is taking place here. But you saw the Chinese representative, how he first opened up, but he knows. You saw him. If America want to go to war, physical war, bloody war, technology war, this war, that war, we will get there. But China is going to fight to protect her interests. They're speaking in code here. The Chinese may understand what's going on. It's about Africa. You heard a lady talking about the global power, the global dominance. It's about Africa. You understand what is going on here. So get the point. This is about a center around Africa. All these discussions going on here. And the Chinese may understand what is going on. And that's why the Chinese man brought it to them. If whatsoever the situation may be, China is ready to go to war with the US to protect her interest in every way. Understand this. Everyone fighting for their interest except African. How can the AES nation fight for the interests of Africa? And up to now, ECWA silent, AU silent. And they want us to believe that, they want for African people to believe that ECWA or AU is there in the interest of African people. They want us to believe that AU is an African organization that serves the interests and purpose of the African people. They want us to believe that. They want this African youth to believe that. Hell no. Hell no. No statement in support of AU and ECWA since the United States have threatened the AES. Since the United States have called African terrorists, 40% of Africans are terrorists. Since the US have done that, no comment from ECWA, no comment from AU, with all the threats going on. Talking about how they should strengthen their air defense, their ground defense, their military defense. AU has spoken nothing.
doing business by holding a gun at your head is not acceptable. Not to China, probably not to everyone else. Different countries may have different views about what the United States is doing, and it wants to tailor-make its response accordingly. That's fine. But for China, you cannot hold a gun to China's head and issue ultimatum and demand all the impossibilities, for example, and ask China to swallow that. China is the country that values dignity and decency and honor more than economic gains or economic losses. So if you want to hold a gun at China's head, China will hold a gun at your head. If you want to strike China in the cheek, China will strike you back. That's the decision and the determination of the Chinese nation. This is not belligerency. This is the minimum decency you need to apply to international relations. How can you demand other countries, I will slap you in the face, don't slap me back, otherwise I will punish you more. That's the law of the jungle.
But does China really have the power to be that sort of bold against the US? They have a much bigger defense budget.
Let me assure you one thing. I studied arms control and deterrence at Yale Graduate School, Political Science Department. By today, China and the United States can both destroy each other and cause Armageddon for mankind. China wants to pursue peace. The United States is advocating for war, tariff war, trade war, technology war, talent war, and possibly a perverse version of the proxy war or Cold War or hot war. China wants to promote peace of all kinds. Now, for your benefit, China is the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. Can you believe it? We've dealt with countries of all kinds, different sizes, different conditions, and we treat them equal, big or small. And China wants to pursue peace. China wants to be the barrier, standard barrier of free trade. Now that the United States abandons free trade and uses bullying and intimidation to force other countries to follow its line of thinking. No, this is not what China wants to do, and China will not accept that.
Elliot?
This is the moment of truth. Who is the standard barrier of free trade?
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of
Go ahead.
So you see the war that is going on here, right? This is not just like a talk between China and the US. This is a talk between China and the US about Africa at large. That is what's going on here. In their mind, China have destroyed their interests in Africa, their business in Africa. In their mind, China went to Africa with different policy and not studying the policies of the US in Africa. In their mind, that's what it's saying here. China have gone to Africa with different policy. And now, what they are saying here is, right, you heard the journalist is very smart. She don't want to be like straightforward, but you heard her asking a question. China, as I'm going to paraphrase it, so China, you feel that you are now powerful, you are now superpower over the US, that you want to control the world. Do you think you can fight the US? That is what exactly she's trying to say. Do you think you can fight the war? I mean, the US? Do you think you have that military capability? Do you think you have that budget? That is what she was asking. Do you think you are now that powerful that you are taking a different stand that the US is taking? But the truth is, what is China doing that is making the US so angry that they have to even set on platform to talk about war, to talk about this? All centered around Africa. Because somebody feel that they are losing their ground. Somebody feel that China is waking up African nations, and Africans are producing, instead of them being a supplier of raw material. Now Africans are holding back their cocoa. Africans are holding back their diamond, their uranium. Do you know that there was a power outlet in Europe for the very first time? And they knew, the government, the authority knew. But up to now, they are afraid to tell the citizens. Why? They can't give the source of the citizens, and citizens are confused up to now. You know why? The uranium. The uranium are no longer going there. The uranium that power Europe. Do you see? Because those AES nations are now going to Russia and China, getting knowledge from there on how to build factory, how to, what they call it, uranium. Because at the end of the day, you need to train Africans in order for Africans to become independent. And this is why the US have never done it. The United States has stolen Liberian iron ore since the 1900s. But the United States have never built factory in Liberia for Liberia to become self-sufficient, or to teach Liberian for Liberia to become self-sufficient in iron ore production. No. Until today, the United States have a reserve of iron ore in the world. The United States, the largest reserve of iron ore in the world, the United States have it. They stole, they looted, they exploited us until they have a reserve of iron ore. But they never ever taught or teach African or Liberian on how to manufacture iron ore. They never built roads since 1822. They looted our resources. Go to Liberia, no road. But they say we are great partner. I hate to hear that word. More especially, what baffles me when I hear Liberia saying, or Liberian, Liberia is America's stepchild. The slave mentality. Slave mentality. And that's why I tell them sometimes, yes, now you are being treated like a stepchild. Imagine that. They never taught us. They never built our road, but they use our iron ore. They build their road, their bridges, they are building, they are skyscraper then. But go to Liberia, we have no one factory that can produce iron ore. Oh, not only that, rubber, firestone, the Bridgestone plantation produce all these jobs. You go to the dollar store, you see plastic cups, spoons, and all of these things. Our rubber. You see tire. People enjoy riding car. There's all in your horses. Our rubber. But go to Liberia. You see these kids walking barefooted. Walking barefooted. No slipper. No rubber slipper. Suffering. They can enjoy their own natural resources. The work of the US.
I would say that China does not practice free trade. It is not, and it has never been, the standard bearer for free trade. For example, free trade would not permit the massive theft of intellectual property in which China has been engaging for decades and is still engaging today. That's not part of free trade. The United States, as you should know, under President Trump, above all, wants to avoid war. He is currently engaged in an effort to bring the war in Ukraine to an end, to bring the war in Gaza to an end. A negotiation with Iran has just commenced. So the last thing President Trump wants is foreign wars. But what he is doing is, to begin with, protecting the American economy. And that's not a declaration of war. That is an effort which I think any.
You see, let me comment on this. Brilliant. It's not a bad thing. I support that for the United States government to protect the US economy for the interests of US citizens. Oh man, I love that. You just said something. I love that. And I will wish for every nation to do that to their nation, because that is what they are being elected for. So US, please, we beg you. The same way you believe President Trump or any American government, they are there to protect US economy, US interests for their citizens, for their job market, whatsoever. Please leave our Abraham Traore alone, because Abraham Traore is also there to protect Burkina Faso. Assemi Goita, Tiani, these guys are there to also protect Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso interests. They are there to protect their economy. They are there to protect their resources. They are there to protect their people. They are there to make sure their people got job. Their people got food on their table. Oh man, they are there to build their nation, their economy. Oh man, it is true. So leave those people alone. What is good for you, also good for those people. What is bad for you, also bad for those people. Oh man, I love, you see, stop contradicting yourself. Please, leave those people alone. Leave us alone. Leave Africans alone. Let me hear the response from the Chinese man.
Government would undertake to protect.
Make it a little more crystal clear, I'm quoting here, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. So it's maybe not a declaration of war, but it's certainly not a show of respect to another global leader. Is this how a world superpower should behave?
Well, J.D. Vance and I went to the same law school, Yale Law School. I was 20 years ahead of him. I'm ashamed by what J.D. Vance said, because he kept talking about the Chinese peasants, etc. Let me make the simple point. The urban population in China is about 3 times as big as the total population in the United States. The middle class in China is more than the total number of the people in the United States. So if J.D. Vance comes to China, he could barely find a peasant at all, because he will see the urban population. And by today, China is one of the leading industrialized nations in the world. Now, talking about intellectual property, let me emphasize one point very briefly. China now has more patent approved every year than the United States. China is a leading nation of protecting IPR. So no more use those misinformation or mislabeling to describe China. China is a fierce defender of the intellectual property rights for its own good, for mankind's good. And the United States has accused China of intellectual theft for something which it does not even have. And Huawei now has more powerful intellectual property rights, creating more wonderful, miraculous products than anything that the United States can dream about. So if you want to talk about RPR, we can spend an hour talking about RPR, but let's talk back about this trade war. The trade war launched by Trump is wrong. It's the wrong war. It's the war against mankind.
Right. China
is fighting back, and China views this the moment of defending open trade and free trade. Lighthizer even said, no trade is free. That means his mind and his soul are not free. He's suffering from demons. He's suffering from all these ulterior motivations. In China, we advocate free trade. China is the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. This is a convincing evidence that by practicing free trade, China is number one.
Now, again, this is not in defense of China, but you see the debate. Look at the Chinese man, right? Giving example, giving like figures, right? Giving look what he's saying. See his analysis. But look at the American defender. He just accusing. It was one good thing that he said. The only good thing the American guy ever said was Donald Trump want to protect the American economy, which is good, and we support that. And we just said to him, in the same way, the AES want to protect the AES economy, the African economy. But apart from that, he has said nothing relevant. All about attack, attack, attack. And everything he has attacked or accused China of, that is what exactly the United States government is good at.
In terms of international trade with the rest of the world.
Okay, I can see by your face there, Mr. Abrams, that you want to respond.
Still using toxic coated pans? Try this Japanese imported iron pan, crafted from...
Well, I just don't think, these statements are persuasive. China protects intellectual property rights for China. It doesn't respect intellectual property rights for others. In fact, most frequently, it tells companies that want to do business in China that they must hand over intellectual property rights. And then what the Chinese do is copy the product and then produce it in massive volumes so as to put that original company under enormous economic pressure. But again, I guess I'm not surprised, but I'm struck by the rhetoric that Dr. Gao is using, which is a rhetoric of war, 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 which is, again, the last thing the United States or Donald Trump, President Trump, wants. But this is, I think, this is indicative of the kind of wolf warrior diplomacy, as it's called, that Xi Jinping's China has adopted. And it is exactly that to which the United States is responding.
We were talking there about intellectual property. So let me ask you both this. What will determine global dominance in the future? It was simply currently or in the past the size of a country's defense budget. If you had big military, you were a big superpower. Will that change? Is it going to be R&D, innovation, AI? I'll ask you, Mr. Abrams, first. Will that play a greater role in the future? Maybe not overtake defense, but is it going to be more important in maintaining global dominance?
I think so. I wouldn't use the term global dominance, but I would use the term economic and military power. Both are much more linked now to a high.
So again, so you see the American defender, right? Look at, the question was that right? Why you don't want to talk about AI or all of those things? But he said, no, I don't want to talk about those things because he knows China going to bludder him, right? He went straight to economic and military defense. Now, before we get to the Chinese man on the explanation, look at the war. When it comes to military defense, the United States have been horrible. The United States have been horrible when it comes to military defense. All they know is to create chaos and destroy. Their military defense in almost every part of the war is about training people to go against that particular leader. If that leader is not in your favor, training people, training opposition to go against the ruling party. That's what the United States government or military defense have been doing all around the world, specifically on the African continent and in Black nation. They are there supporting terrorists, feeding terrorists, especially on the African nation. African is an example that they have just explained to us recently with the U.S. Congress that they train these people to go remove people, to go unalive people. So when it comes to military capability, the U.S., you are horrible. When it comes to economy, U.S., you are horrible because your economic power have never delivered. Name me one country in the world that economic power have delivered. One. Now, this is not in defense of China. But the truth is, we can name so many countries around the world that China economic attack have rescued. China economic tie have changed the demographic, have changed the human index, have changed the human development capacity of those nations. But there is no one country in the world that we can point to that the United States economic defense have changed the human development capacity in that nation. Not one country. So this is not even in defense of the US, but the defender of the US, you fail miserably because it seems that you are not doing your research, or even if you are doing your research, but you just ignore the reality.
High tech. We began to see that in the war in Iraq, which is, what, 20 years ago now. And we see more of it with artificial intelligence. And I think you can't find a military analyst today who would not say that tomorrow's military power is greatly linked not just to the industrial plant of a country, but to the highest levels of technological advancement. I think that is true.
And what about you, Dr. Gao? I mean, the US still has a bigger military budget. Is China looking at innovation, at artificial intelligence as a way it can counter perhaps what it doesn't have in tanks and missiles?
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works.
We're talking about the military.
Again, before the Chinese men speak, right? Let me say something here. Now, to the African leader, maybe you might take this as something fun, but these people are discussing war here. War. You understand what they're saying here? Military strength, military capability, military strength, defense budget. You understand what is going on here? All right. So even before China come to our aid tomorrow to come and fight, because China have an interest there, before Russia come and fight for Africa, because Russia have interest, before North Korea come and join, because North Korea have an interest, before these people come, you have to be equipped too. Before they can come to fight for you, you have to be prepared and ready. So that your nonsense of an African leader, most of you on the African continent, who have not yet gotten the core of what needs to be done. The truth here is, you are not lacking when it comes to military capability. You are not lacking. You have the population. You have the force. But what you lack is the vision that Abraham Traore have. Is the vision that Assimi Koita have. Is the vision that Tiani have. Is a vision like some African leaders are now having. Namibia, our great queen, the president are there. Those vision, those people, the vision that they have. Some of you still want to be puppet. Africa, when it comes to military capability, Africa, we're supposed to be not even struggling. We have the youth, we have the population just wasting. Make use of your youth, of your population. We can protect our continent. We can fight. So we know tomorrow, if the US or NATO try it, China going to come in, Russia going to come in, North or South Korea, these people going to come in at some point. But the truth is, you have to be prepared. And in preparation, you so-called Negro leader need to stop being Negro. Need to stop being slave. Need to stop being silent. You have already seen that The African youth, both home and abroad, are with you. They have sent a message already to you. Do the right thing. They have told you already. Do what Abraham Tuare or the AES, Assimi Keita and Tiani are doing. Just do it. And we are ready to fight. Provide the avenue. Provide the atmosphere. And we are ready to defend. These people sitting and talking about budget, military budget, war, defense capability. How many air missiles do you have? The warning here is there is going to be war. Don't escape that. There is going to be war. Because these people will not give up. They're not eating. You think they're just going to give up easily? Because they know their children will ask, will go to their grave and ask them, why didn't you fight? If you knew this was going to be like this, why didn't you fight? So they don't care. Even they know they're going to lose anyway. If there's a war, they're going to lose. But at the end of the day, they will leave with history. They will leave history back. That when their children come, right? When their descendants come, they will see it and know that, yes, they fought. They never just let it go. Their generation, their descendants will see that they did some horrible things. But at the end of the day, they never just back down to those horrible things. They never apologize. They fought, they defend until they lost. That's their plan. Because the truth of the matter is, they will not win. If there's a war today, they will not win. But what we want to tell African leaders is, you are not lacking. You have the population. Do the right thing. Mobilize yourself. Come together and have one unified army. That's all we're asking for. The African youths are ready.
Military budget. The US military budget is larger than the next 10 countries' military budget combined together. So the United States has a lot of military budget, a lot of equipment, etc. That's for sure. Now, the point I want to make is that if you can destroy the world 1,000 times versus, for example, if you can have the world destroyed 10 times, there is not a lot of difference. Now, in the world of nuclear age, mutually assured destruction is the rule of the game. Between China and the United States, they have already reached mutually assured destruction if any country wants to use war as an instrument to achieve its geopolitical goals. Both China and the United States can destroy each other multiple times, regardless of whether the United States has a larger budget or otherwise. Therefore, from the Chinese view, the world in the future, according to my personal dream, for example, should be a world of peace, a world every country will be treated equal. Every country respects each other, and no country will be allowed to dominate against any other country. MAGA, or Make America Great Again, is fine, but you cannot achieve that at the expense of other countries. You cannot achieve your greatness by belittling, by delegating or relegating other countries to the lowest echelon of the hierarchy. Every country has its ambition. Every country wants to be in the first front, first row, for example, and no country should be allowed to trample rules of free trade, to trample international order, and to dictate to others, to issue ultimatum, to hold a gun at your head, to demand submission to my will. This is the law of the jungle, and China will never.
And you see, right? Now, again, this is not in defense of the Chinese or the Chinese man. This is our perspective and our reality. All right? What the Chinese man just said here, that is exactly what the United States have done. When the United States want to go invade other country, they use a policy that they put within the United Nations, special military operation. They use that war because That phrase, that sentence is within the United Nations framework that these superpowers are allowed to go and invade other countries, but they have to use special military operation. So the United States know that she's going to continue invading other countries. She controls the United Nations, so she manipulated it. So that's why the United Nations is not even an entity, a neutral entity for any Africa. I don't even know why Africans still go there to go talk nonsense. For real. Because since World War II, what have the United Nations done on the African continent? But being part of the looting, exploiting African resources and supporting proxy war in places like DRC Congo, in places like Niger, not Niger, but Sudan. So the United Nations go to other countries and then use special military operation. That is the same thing she did to Libya. She used that, go and look at it up. She uses that word, special military operation. After they have run their propaganda, accused Libya of being a dictator, accused Libya of killing a citizen, and then they pay few Libyan. They pay few Libyan to go and say, oh, Gaddafi on and left me. Gaddafi beat me. Gaddafi killed me. Gaddafi don't like me. Gaddafi do this. He do this. They pay few people. And then they use that, and then they use a media push that narrative. And then they got ready, boom. Then they went there now for military operation. That's what they do. You saw what they did in France? They used few Burkinabés, pay them, use them in France. And then they went to protest to say they are protesting for Abraham Traore to be removed. They are protesting for the West to go and unalive Abraham Traore. You see what they do? But that did not happen because we did not buy into it. That did not happen because we use our very platform. That did not happen because we ourselves are watching Abraham Traore, are monitoring Abraham Traore and see what he's doing, the transformation, his decision, what he wants and what we want. That's why it did not work. So you see what they do.
Have a part of that, and China will fight to death to oppose that.
Before we move on,
Well,
Mr.
you know,
Abrams,
it's
I'll just let you
interesting.
respond.
And
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
China will fight to the end, one way or another, peacefully or otherwise. So the choice is in Washington. China wants to be a partner of the United States, rather than being a slave of the United States or being a subordinate of the United States.
Jesus.
Trump said
Does
one
it
thing.
sound like
All right, folks, we got to go. We've been here since 1 p.m. and I'm glad that, man, we hold it down. We stay here almost 5 o'clock, 4:30. I couldn't end the video because we got to go. We've been here since long, and thank you for holding. But again, this is today's presentation. So you see the intention, the narrative, the behavior, the attitude of Washington, D.C., of the West. So you see their plan, right? But there's a warning to them. Just leave Africa alone. The same way you said Donald Trump believed. And again, this is not about Donald Trump, but he's the president. We are dealing with a system here. Because you even take Donald Trump from there today, you bring another person in. That would be the same attitude, the same policy of the US. So we are dealing with a system. All right? But the point here is, forget about Donald Trump. We are dealing with a system. The same way they said Donald Trump protect American interests, protect American economy, protect American job, protect American value, protect American next generation. It's the same way. Every leader around the world want to protect their nation, their generation. their workers, their economy, their facility, or their entity. It's the same way. So no need using your influence or your power to subdue other people only because they are looking out for the good of their people. To the US, this is not a podcast that you may see against you, because we've been saying it here. It's not about you. It's not about China. It's not about Russia. It's about African people worldwide. It's about us now. We don't really care how you feel. It's about us. So whether you look at how we respond, whether you look at how we view things, we don't care. The way we respond, the way we view things, it is because of how you do things. It is because of how you feel about us. It is because of the systemic injustice. It is because of the systemic lies that you are a liar. So when we say we don't trust you, we don't trust you. We don't trust you because you lie. Because you are a liar. One day you say you are a friend, and then the next day you become an enemy. You backstabbers. You never look into our interest, but you always want for us to look up to you, into your interest, your wants, your needs. We don't trust you. We will never trust you. So we react based on what you do. So that it is. We are not going to come back up here again to talk about another president like Gaddafi in this current time. It's not going to happen. You take down one African leader, we will take down other people too. That's the bottom line. Let me make this clear. We are not against you taking down African leaders. Let me make that clear. Let me make it clear. We are not against you because there are African leaders on the African continent. We want you to go take down. Yes, there are African leaders on that African continent. We want you to go take down. But when we tell you to go take down those African leaders, you will not do it because those African leaders are your slave. They protect your interests on the demise of their own people. So you won't do it. So the warning here is, if you don't want to take down leaders that are not for African people, leaders that will request, you should take them down. If you don't want to take them down, that's fine. Equally so, do not go after leaders who are not in your interest, because leaders of the African continent who are not in the interest of the African people, of the African masses, you take them as your partner. Fine, bravo, no problem, no issue. Take them, have them, because they are on your plantation. But equally so, leaders who refuse to be on your plantation, leader who says they want to be slave unto their own people, leader who say, like Abraham Tuare, Tiani, Assemi Gaita, those leaders says they want to be slave for their people, and you go after those leaders, man, you will never like it. Don't go after them, because we don't go after your leaders, your African slave. We don't go after them. We don't go after your puppet leader. We don't go after them. We sit with our frustration. We sit with our frustrations, and we struggle with our frustration to make ends meet. We agree with them. We live under them. While you live in your country, we live under them in our stinking poverty, nasty continent, like you say. We live with them. We live with it. Equally so, we leave your puppet leader. Please, leave our leader that want to be slave unto us, that want to be puppet unto us. Leave them alone. Don't go after them. If you go after them, we will go after your own. If you come after our own, we will go after your own. Please, leave them alone. Leave them alone. You go after them, we will come after you. That's how it is. We are not. They see when Hillary Clinton went and sat down. We saw, we went, we saw, we conquered. It will be the same way we will go and sit and rejoice. It will be the same way we will go and sit and rejoice and say, yes, we went, we saw, we conquered. Any language you speak, we will speak it. Any action you take, we will take it. I'm glad you know Newton's third law of motion. I'm glad it was your own Newton. I'm glad you know it because he said in every reaction, there's an opposite and equal, right? Or in any whatsoever, there's an opposite and equal reaction, right? I'm glad. That was your own scientist. That was your own, how they call it, I don't know, biologist or whatsoever. I'm glad you know that. That your own people, they said it. They educated us that if anything you do to us, we should do the same thing to you. So we are not going to come here to have another Obama that will say, I regretted why I went, I killed Abraham Traore. Because that's what Obama said. He regretted why he killed Gaddafi. By the end of the day, we don't care about what he says. We don't care about him. We don't care about Obama. He can live with his regret. We don't care. He can go with his sin. We don't care. In fact, we want him to go to hell. We want him to go to hell. Because if Jesus Christ in heaven is a white man, I can tell you Obama will not go to heaven. If he go there, they will say him and more. They will tell him, go to your people. This place is not yours. We don't want no more slave. We don't want to have puppet here. There is no puppet. There is no neocolonialist here. On earth, we use you there as neocolonialist or puppet. We use you there. Here, we don't want to use you. We don't have that kind of government here. We don't have that system. This is all white. We don't have black people in heaven. Because if there's a black people in heaven, then we will use you. Because we have to use you to go after them, to go against them. But here, this heaven is all white. You see angel white. You see Jesus white. You see God white. Oh man, I feel sorry for Christianity. Look, let's be frank here. You won't go to heaven. Because in heaven, there's no other tribe, there's no other race there. It's all white. So they won't need you to do any work. They won't need you. They won't need you to become a slave. They will never need you to become a puppet. They will never need you to become a neocolonialist because you know what? In heaven, in their heaven, there is no continent. There's only one continent they call heaven. So there is no Africa, there is no Europe, there is no this. That they will use the black man to go do that. No. The resources in heaven is for the white. The oil in heaven, the gold, the diamond, the uranium in heaven is for the white. So they will never need you to go do any work for them. They won't need you to do that. So Obama, they will never need Obama in heaven. They're going to tell him, man, we don't need you. That was on earth. You have to go back to where your people are. Go to your people. They will never need you. Because in heaven, they don't need you to be injured. All the angels are white. All the congregation are white. All the singers are white. They don't need you to go sing. Jesus white. The father of Jesus white. They don't need you. They only need you on earth here. So they don't need you. Okay? So that's the bottom line. Anyway, this is today's discussion. Folks, this message is not about hate, but it is about the reality. Come to a point, enough is enough. We are just tired. It is what it is. You know, it is time to use the Newton law of motion. In every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction whatsoever. What does it? I'm quoting, but that's how it is, right? So, let's go to Washington, D.C. Your puppet leaders are living in peace. Leave our revolutionary leader to live in peace, to do what we want. Africa is divided. In our perspective, is divided. Until those puppet leaders can turn around to say, you know what? I serve my people. I serve the interests of my people. Bow back to U.S. and to Europe. Then we will protect them. We won't do nothing to them. We have nothing to do with your puppet leaders. Equally so, have nothing to do with our revolutionary leader. Please, we back you. Leave them. Let them do their work. The same way you lead a puppet leader to do your work, leave our own puppet leader to do our work. Please, leave it. They are our puppet. Abraham Tuare is African puppet. Assemi Gaita is African puppet. Tiani is African puppet. AES are African puppet. And now Western puppet. So leave the African puppet to do the African work. The same way your puppet are on the African continent doing your work with African, leaving them to do your work. Leave them. Leave our own puppet. We don't bother Tinubu. Tinubu is doing your work. We don't bother Tinubu. So leave our puppet. We never bother Nana Akufo-Addo, your puppet. We never bother him until he served his 2 terms. He left. So leave our puppet alone. Now, let me make this before I clean up. You know, I don't want to leave it out because I may not speak about it because next in a week I might come with a different topic. You know, Gabon, the military of Gabon, right? Is a trap. It's a trap, and we shouldn't fall for it. In the first place, when the Gabon issue happened, we came out here. WCC was one of the many platforms that came out here. And, you know, after other platforms, there was a coup in Gabon. It was WCC that came and said that coup in Gabon was a planned coup by Europe and America. It was not a coup planned by the coup plotter, by Africans. It is not a coup that is the same as Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. We came out here because we did our research. Now, nobody has spoken about it. Again, we have sat down and analyzed it, and the spirit of our ancestors spoke to us to reason. Now, you know, the same imperialists have been telling Abraham Tuare, Tiani, and Gate Gassim, whatsoever, right? I have called their name over and over, so that's one. The same West have been telling them, oh, you need civilian government, oh, you need democracy, you need this. You know why they need those things? Number one, if you have a democracy, so-called democracy, you will never rule like a military. Because now, so-called civilian government, right? You have to leave NGO to come in. You have to leave, how do you call it? BBC, CNN, ABC, Western media to come in. You have to leave them because it is a civilian government. It is no longer a military. So you have to leave. And then when they come in, they will infiltrate your system. Do what they want to do. But with the military government, one say once, or one say one, or say all, right? With the military government, you can pull out, you can get it out. You can get foreign military out, foreign media out. All of them, you can pull them out. They don't have to go through democracy. I mean, there will be no human right. No foreign person coming there talk about human rights. So listen to this. I'm about to tell you. We have analyzed it. All right? We have analyzed it. So now, the Gabon military leader, who they said they went to election, right? Now they changed to civilian government. First of all, we told you that coup was planned by Europe and America because Alio Bongo, he was already old. They knew the people of Gabon, they now want this man already. They knew if they don't do things faster, what happened in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, a true coup will take place. A true military leader will rise up to take place. So what they did, in order to protect France and America interest, because America to have a huge base in Gabon, and with France interest, influence. So in order for their interest to still be protected, they went and took a family member of Alio Bongo to set a coup. It was planned. We spoke about it already before, so I'm not going to go back there. I just want to let you know what unfold. All right. Let me explain. Let me go ahead. So they used a family member who was also in the military, a close ally, a close security personnel to Alio Bongo, to stage a coup, to make it look like it was a coup. But meanwhile, Mr. Alio Bongo family will be protected. Their resources, their money in foreign bank in Europe and America, and even what they have in Gabon will be protected. It was a stage coup by the imperialists. Now, fast forward, we spoke about that before, but fast forward, I want to get to where I want to get. Fast forward. You know, they see imperialists being behind the AES nation to come to civilian government and all of those things, right? But because those people, they not do it, they're not listening. So they try to use Gabon and say, okay, you know what? All Africans know Gabon too went through military coup. We can use Gabon to say, hey, Gabon have a civilian government. So now, if the African masses see it, then these people will now put pressure behind the AES nation to say, listen, Gabon have a military coup, but at the end of the day, Gabon win, they now have civilian government. But first of all, let me say this. In Africa, do they have free and fair election? All right, I'll leave you with that. So that is to tell you, whatsoever the day in Gabon, it was not free and fair. But again, fast forward, let's continue. So the African masses will now see Gabon, and then the African will be the one, the African masses will be the one to put pressure on the AES to have a civilian government, to have election, so that Europe and America, the French company, the French can come back. So they are doing everything, but it seems that it's not working. Now, this guy who overthrew Alio Bongo, Gabon, yes, Gabon, who overthrew Alio Bongo, right? They instructed this guy to turn the country over to civilian government. Now, in doing that, they invited Abraham Traoré. Look at the game that is being played. Look at the game. No, Gabon is not fighting terrorism because Gabon, the United States have a huge military base and France interest. So anywhere that is not a liberator zone, you will never see that play under constant threat. So Gabon is not under threat because Gabon is under a colonial influence. So everywhere you see under constant threat, that play will be a liberator zone. So that's why that play will be under constant threat. That Walter Rooney told us in his book. But let's continue here. Now, so what they did, they used that as a means to invite Abraham Traore, so that Abraham Traore can come over to turn a military leader, turning the country over to civilian government. Now, if Abraham Traore go there, now the African masses again will now look at Abraham Traore that, listen, you went to a nation, to a leader that also staged a coup, and now this leader have turned the nation to a civilian government, and you went there. So why can't you do the same thing? Because this man staged a coup and now turned the nation to a civilian government, and you went there for his inauguration. So equally so, you have to do the same thing. These people are so calculative. But guess what? That did not work. African did not buy into it. But that was their plan. Guess what happened? Abraham Traore did not go for the inauguration because he had to go to Russia. And that will be another topic we're going to talk about on our trip. If the ancestor gave me the vision, the wisdom, the knowledge, and the direction to talk about it. Because almost everything that I say here, of course, although I put myself into it, I do some, but these things come to me by knowledge, by the ancestor. All right? They whisper in my ear. They just show me things. Yeah. Although I do my research, but they direct me and then go and find out and do things. But equally so now. So what then happened here, right? So Abraham Traore did not go to that place because he had to go to Russia. But he sent a delegate. He sent somebody, a representative. Now, this representative went by the mention of Abraham Traore. Man, Gabon, the entire place went wow. In fact, all head of state that were there, they were never respected. They were never honored. Even the military government that was turning the country to civilian government, he was never respected. Abraham Traore was not there. But the representative that he sent represented Burkina Faso, represented Abraham Traore. He was loved by the people, by the Gabonese, more than the Gabonese president. The attention was on this man throughout, to the extent you saw what happened in Ghana. It was the same thing that happened in Gabon. To the extent the African leaders that were there, they were embarrassed. They were embarrassed because the message was clear. We don't need you. We don't need you people. We need Abraham Traore. We need Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso like government. That was what happened there. It did not work. So that was their plan, to make African to go against those leaders, to say you have to turn the country over to civilian government, because Gabon too had the same thing. Gabon turned it to civilian government. But the truth here is Gabon coup was not a coup that was done like Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. It was a coup that was planned, that was plotted. Because before that coup went on, there was communication here. There was communication with the imperialists. We showed that here when it first happened. We found that information and we show it. There was a communication with the imperialists before the coup took place. That was not a coup. It was planned because the people did not want Alio Bongo. And if there was an election, Alio Bongo was not going to win. The opposition was going to win. So they staged that coup, they staged it so the opposition can come in. So now you see opposition is not there. Now they turn the country over to civilian government, opposition did not win. The same military man, they put it there. So even when that time finish, election come, they will do the same thing because their influence are there. That same military man will win. Or another person that they favor will come until that military man blown up. So you see what is happening. That did not work. And we will not fall for it. The Gabonese government is a proxy of the United States and Europe. It's not a government for the people. It was not a coup for the people. No. Because if they wasn't going to do that, the opposition was going to come in. If they was going to go, because it was election time. That was election time. It was almost election time. Opposition was going to win. So they staged it for opposition not to win. That's it. That's what happened. Anyway, I just thought to bring that out because I may not speak about it. But that was a reason. So we should not fall for Gabon now turn a country to sovereign leader. That's their business. It was a coup that was staged. That Gabonese government is not a sovereign government. It's a puppet government to the West. That's American government. That's French government there. Exactly. Anyway, so we stop here today. That is today's presentation. We'll see you all next week. Let me see something. All right, I might present Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I'll be attending a family event Monday, but I have to do some preparation before Monday. But if not, Sunday we may not present, but I will still try my best if I can. But I believe we're going to be here Saturday, as usual, with Akimba and myself. Also, maybe Natasha should be back, but if not, we're going to hold it down on Saturday. But anyway, this is today's presentation. I will see you guys. Share the live, love it, talk about it after the live. I mean, you can also go to the comment section after the live, put your comment, what you like about the video, what you like about the education, what you like about the presentation, what you saw, whether it's true, what have been explained, it makes sense. I mean, put your comment there. We like to see some of these things. All right. Other than that, this is Frank. I'm your host. Peace.
The white power structure, because that's all we have in America. And the white power structure